Hey Ray, how goes it? How are you? He got in trouble from Ash the last time he hopped in. Hey Jason. I feel that it's been very much a Monday. Fair. He does do the bang and then the knock all the time. Fair. We'll be starting here in a moment. Alright, I've done enough stalling before we start getting going. Hello everybody, welcome in. We will be starting here now to do a little bit of roulettes. I'm not gonna do a whole lot, and then we're gonna start running off and hunting monsters. Hey Skippy, how are you? Welcome in everybody. I wholeheartedly plan, once I can get a few things settled, to I'm doing pretty good, to change my opening here. And I'm hoping I can find somebody to do it the way I'm kind of picturing in my head. But for right now, this will work. Kind of want to personalize it. Not that this isn't a cool one. I love this one. Alright, so I'm going to jump into the Discord channel, and for anybody just tuning in and coming here for the first time, Discord. Also, if anybody who's here on a fairly regular basis wouldn't mind being promoted to a mod, please let me know. So we can have people monitoring so people aren't jerks. If you want to, you don't have to. It's not a requirement. But I'm gonna go hop into the Discord channel, and then we'll be going. Howdy, Jason.
Oh. How are you?
Doing good. Alrighty. I feel like I'm stealing somebody else's opening right about now. Alright.
Yeah, I was actually hoping you and maybe a couple others could help with the
Words.
brain. Could help me with my Wondrous Tales really quick, because I've been meaning to do it and I keep forgetting.
I mean, that's not my fault that you keep forgetting.
No, I'm not blaming you.
But, I don't mind helping. Yes, you see a Carby.
The carbuncle.
I need to get better about playing Summoner more often. It is a fun class. I kind of half want to change the glam, but I also like that glam for my Summoner. Okay, so... I mean, to be fair, I have a fancier outfit for what my Holly art alt. Oh, that's right. Oh, I didn't even know that. It's a chocolate heart. That's cute. That's adorable. Okay, I'll leave it alone for right now. I'll even mute the other one.
Wait, you're muting me?
Nope.
Okay.
Brief moment. I know, I love Fruit Justice. Good music. I need to give it. I love this song.
Ogarashi. Interesting. Sorry, I'm doing class quest stuff.
You're good. But yeah, I have Sultana Dreaming, Battle to Endwalker, Night in the Broom, Scream, In the Balance, Dedicated to Moonlight, Weight of the World Prelude version, and then Brute Justice. Because they're all awesome songs. I still have a lot more I need to get though. Loads more. I also want to get some of the ambient noises. Ambient stuff.
I wouldn't mind getting a few of the ambient stuff.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
don't have Scream. I have Silent Scream. I don't have Scream.
It is a bop. I need to get Silent Scream.
So you need Silent Scream. I need Scream. Isn't that a...
Scream? I don't remember. Scream. I need that one.
I need to go to Expo.
Yes, I need that.
Which, speaking of, I need to go through. One of the ones I was kind of hoping to go through was actually Abyssos.
I'm kind of
Seventh Circle.
concerned that they're like, it's definitive Yakuza fight music. That's scary. Also,
That is kind of scary.
to be fair, Skippy, I do like Red Carby. I love Red Carby. I do need to change it to Red. I was thinking about changing it to Red Carby. I also like Topaz. I would love it if they gave me a purple Carby. Or, you know, give me Moonlight or Obsidian.
Wouldn't Purple Carbuncle be magenta? I mean, they call them after gems, so wouldn't it be a magenta?
Yeah, right? I know. Sapphire Blue wouldn't be bad either.
Sapphire Blue would be cool.
Also, I don't know. Did they change the commands for changing its color?
Because it's emerald, ruby, and I think they already have a sapphire, don't they? I can't remember. Can't remember what the blue one is. Or no, it wasn't blue.
It's Sapphire. Or no, it's Emerald.
It's emerald, because that's the first one you get. Then the orange one, which I can't remember what they called that one.
Topaz.
I think that was, yeah, that was topaz. Ruby. So the other ones would be magenta, maybe cerulean. Cerulean might look
I don't
cool.
remember the whole command. My brain is like frying right now.
That's what they should do. They should do a cerulean carbuncle. That'd be cool looking, I think. What's a giglamore?
Edgy glamour.
Oh.
Or eggy, or however you want to say it.
It was just the way he typed that out, or the way he typed that out, Ray. It's like a giglamore. What's in a giglamore?
That's how you're supposed to do it. Pet glamour, emerald carbuncle.
Am I even pronouncing that right?
No.
A giglamore. I know it's supposed to be edgy glamour, but that's not how my brain pronounced it. My brain's being weird. Jammy boy! Hey, Jammy!
Thanks for the raid. Hey, everybody. Hi, Raiders. I'm Sierra, or C for short. And this is the Gaming Rose Garden. We're about to help out Jason with a little bit of his... Or I'm about to help out Jason with a little bit of his Wondrous Tales. Go do a couple of dungeons. Hey, yeah, Jammy. And then we're going to be hunting monsters, aka playing Monster Hunter.
Oh, as in the actual Monster Hunter game?
Yep.
You're actually going to try that. Okay. It said go to Ishgard.
So it would be...
Oh, they're there. Way over there. Okay.
Oh, that's great.
Or are they in the broom? I think they're in the broom. Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yes. I'm going to be doing Monster Hunter later.
See, I'm not the only one in disbelief, see? I think they're in the... Okay. It was, the Forgotten Night.
It doesn't want to do it. Okay, I'll leave it alone for right now. It's being ornery. Okay.
Well, if you want, you could join us, because I gotta do P7. That's one of the ones I gotta do.
I mean, I don't mind doing them all. Heck, I don't even mind if we get to do Ensinger. I didn't want to do Ensinger again. But I am not doing Summoner for that.
Oh, why not? Oh. Just said that to be ornery, sorry.
Why are you being ornery with me, game? That is Sapphire.
Okay, where are those two? Oh, there you are. I have to say, the view from Ishgard out would be kind of cool looking.
Saying invalid pet name, but I don't know why it's saying that. Oh well.
I have to say, see, you look like a showman.
Yeah.
Or I guess in this case it'd be showwoman.
I saw this top and I'm like, that's kind of perfect for a summoner.
Anybody agree, disagree that she looks like
I
one of
mean,
those?
Skippy's already saying I'm too fancy for all the fighting I do. I mean, isn't that true
Not wrong.
more so for this glam? Because after all, that is a very nice dress.
I've seen people fighting fancier, so.
Or that.
Oh, that's right. That's an A.
I mean, my dancer looks like I'm about to go to a beach. I mean, you're not wrong. Then I have my black mage. All that white.
Do I have to go over to MIDI?
I don't mind
Probably
either way.
should. Probably should. I'll just go over to MIDI. Is anybody gonna be joining us?
Ray, want to go do P7, P6, or P5? Ray naked has more armor according to anime logic. You're not wrong.
Probably not.
I'm hoping tomorrow I sign on and have a
Beach
house.
Pope Glam.
Everybody cross your fingers.
Gibby, would you like to join us? I don't know. She might be at work or something. I don't know.
Last I knew, Skippy was playing Stardew Valley. Jamie, you want to
Why
go do
would you
P6?
play?
Jamie, you down for doing something, or are you helping out your, the new player?
That's right. That's where I gotta
Fair. No worries. Okay, we can wait for a little bit. Also, can I get those decorations for Valentine's Day one of these days? Those are cute. I want them.
go. I'm trying to avoid the Valentine's areas.
Am I the only one who thinks that these decorations would be, like, awesome? I actually might join, Ray on tanking on this one. Oh, that'd be
Jeremy.
cool.
Well, that's 4 of us. That's nice.
Mhm.
I gotta talk to you.
I think they're cute. I would love to have them if they bring them back. Alright. Let's do... I'm gonna queue for all of them, and
Reaper.
then whichever one we get is the first one we get. P5 through 8, and then slowly narrow them down. Because that's usually the fastest way to get a queue to pop. I'm gonna guess P7 or P8 is gonna pop first, though. It's usually how that works. Nice. Oh, I should even go get mine. I haven't done that in a while. And I don't have a new one.
I'm trying to do mine, so. Well, that's the way for Toma.
I'm late on getting one, so why not? And especially since we're gonna be doing roulette. There's that. I almost thought that was a Stinian, and then I realized it was a here. Ah, Papas. Peppa Granny, how are you?
Eat the puppies.
And she's jumping up on my bed.
Yeah, he does that.
Receive a new journal. I'm late to the party, but that's okay. I also need to go to Gridania to drop off half of that. What do I got?
Oh, I got the Rena Sita.
I got P8, so
okay.
even better. What I need to do.
Which one?
Memoria Misera. I need to do that one. Huh. And Aglaia.
Yeah.
Orbon Monastery, I love you. Binding.
I need towers, so. Wish my samurai.
Alright.
I mean, I'm in the Chamber of Rule in Ul'dah, so I don't care. One of the ones I got, though, was also World of Darkness. I'm like, can I even solo that now? Or no, because you wouldn't be able to do Cerberus, I don't think.
So we got 8, 7, and 5. That's funny.
Because, yeah, I got 7. Also got Eden's Verse, which was kind of interesting. Which is Fulmination or Furor.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go. That was fast. It always is.
Isn't that 5?
That's
Or is
8.
that 8? 8, okay. If I look up at the top, it will give me which number it is.
I said it was probably gonna be 5 or 7 or 8. It's usually the first ones we get.
Healing this, because, you know, why not? Looks like
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
Cardia. Just want to Cardia you. There.
From potent flame my servants rise.
Yes, I'm out. Okay.
Out of my sight.
I didn't move
Leave
fast
naught
enough.
but ash in your wake.
And
Let's sink sorrow into your heart.
and
I'm tired of this farce.
I need to do this on Savage, but I need to actually clear P5 for loot.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Oh, that's right. Oh, this is when he does the stomping, huh?
Know my rage.
Oh, so we want to be over here. Are we here? Whew. That was close. I was really close to the edge there.
Yeah, just a little bit. I saw that.
I was able to avoid the edge. Well, I was a little close for comfort. I could just imagine, like, the hero actually getting that close to the edge and then going, why? Why am I doing this?
Go forth and shake your boundaries.
Okay. So they're over on that side.
Oh, you got to
I did.
straight across.
Shoot.
I literally just pulled it out.
Yeah.
From Fulgen's flame my servants rise. A fitting death.
That was my bad. No one to blame but myself.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
Why does it feel like it should go out further?
You are prey to be consumed.
Cool.
Need to go to EX5. I want to clear it.
Sear flesh from
EX5 is
bone.
done, but I need to clear it.
Okay, look where you guys going.
This way.
No. This one I know. You just gotta figure out which way to head.
Leave not but ash in your way.
Okay.
Fine.
Out of my sight. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You will know my rage.
On this side. And facing this way. Oh! This is gonna be interesting. Ooh! I figured that one out.
Who praying before a god?
Yes, you're Tommy.
Perish in flames and grace.
Is it over here? In the middle.
Forth and sate your boundless
Yeah,
hunt.
behind us. This way.
Oh, this is kind of dick. Ouch. At least I only took one.
Yeah, you're gonna take it all.
Eh.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let's sink sorrow into your heart. Shall see my wish fulfilled. You are afraid to be consumed.
And
There's that one. I'll give it to you. That one over. Dang. Yeah, I already have that, so I'll pass on that. Need.
hey, Alex, welcome in.
Hey, Alex, how you doing, man? Wow, none of the orchestrion rolls dropped. That was weird. Not a single one of the orchestrions dropped.
Well, better is still better. Gotta account for the small victories. What the heck? I got mail. Why do I got mail?
I don't know. Why do you got mail? You've got mail. Yes. I know what you want. You wanted to be picked up. I don't know why you suddenly want to be picked up, but you wanted to be picked up.
That's the only way you can. That's okay, Alex. You take whatever time you need. Oh my gosh.
You've got mail.
When is this? Oh my goodness.
I don't know. What is it?
I said when. The 11th at 9 a.m.
I don't know what's going on, but okay.
Okay, I can make that one, maybe. A friend of mine got invited. That's so funny. I love him to death, though.
I'm being sat on
Bye, kitty.
by Katie. Thanks, Katie. Well, I hope you get feeling better, Alex. We're all rooting for you. Or at least I am. I really can't say much for anybody else.
I am. All I can say is just find the small things, Alex, that
Yeah.
you can celebrate to help bring your mood back up. Even if
Trust
it's
me,
something as simple as waking up.
Yeah. Trust me, I know how it feels. Sometimes I have to cut myself off because I get feeling down in the dumps. And for some reason, everybody else can tell I'm getting down in the dumps before me.
That's good.
Yeah.
Also, for those that are wondering, my friend Miku sent me an invitation for the wedding of his 2 morples because he loves morples. And I just had to laugh because it's adorable, but funny. Alright,
Oh,
so
claws,
now
cat.
that we got 8 out of the way. We ready for the next 3?
Sure. The cat climbed off of me just in time, tool. So I keep wondering, since how this is supposed to be pandemonium, does that mean they're gonna make a reference to the joke? Why is 6 is afraid of 7 in 9 through 12? Anybody?
I'm trying to ignore the joke, but the 4 of us, if Jason wants to, should Fantasia to the opposite sex. Oh my gosh.
The opposite what?
Gender.
No.
It was
No.
an entire arc in my FC when they pissed off an entire gang of people and took a Fantasia to change. Oh my gosh.
Page 1. Why did I do that? Oh.
You just got done being a girl, and you said you didn't want to change into a girl. At least that's what I thought.
You know what? I should do this instead, so that way we have both of them covered. As I take one to the face.
Okay, over here, Jason. So, I want you to pay attention. The boss actually physically does the tells. If she's has her hands out pointed out this way, the phone is going
Yeah,
that way.
I'm trying to pay attention. It was just me being unintelligent.
I'll stop helping you.
for some reason. That one I can't avoid. Oh, I'm not one on this one. Oh, there we go.
Right.
Thinkbusters!
Mm-hmm.
Now do that. I don't know why I did that. Looks like we're good here. And see, I wasn't trying to be mean. I understand you were trying to help. So I keep wondering, is that their version of playing Ring Around the Rosie?
I don't know.
If they have the bosses do that? Look up on boss. Anybody else wonder that?
might have a point.
I'm just thinking out loud, but it's something I've been wondering for a while now. Be here. Oh, I don't want to be there. Here would be safe. I'm just here for the moment.
My fist in a sword? Oh,
What?
for, Ray.
Let's see.
I
I don't
just
want
now
to be there.
understood
I
what
want
you
to
were
be here.
talking about for a sec. I was like, wait a minute.
Did that too early.
Shit. I'm gonna get...
I got KO'd because
Oh, I'm gonna
I
die.
did my movement too early.
Ooh.
Can't believe I did that.
Yeah. I almost did the Emperor's New Shield, but for the Paladin, but I just couldn't. And quite frankly, I never see her not having that shield.
Okay, they're staying put, so I want to do this. Oh, that's a machinist. I was
Yeah.
like, what? Gotta give it to him. No, not you. Oh, there. I'm just gonna need all of these, see which ones I get. There it goes. Main reason why I'm still getting the unsung stuff is because I can use some of it for glam.
A lot of it, yeah, you can get from the Calamity Salvager, or Scavenger.
Yeah.
A lot of old stuff. Still doesn't look quite right, because that looks a little more brassy than gold, but I'm okay with that.
You know, I've yet to do anything with the Calamity stuff.
Like 3 or 4 runs of Odin to get it. And it's not the
It's not the
trial.
Iowa
It's the actual fate.
fate. As I said, I have yet to do it.
Mm-hmm. I've done it.
I know how to do it. I just haven't.
It's a pain in the ass to time him. It really is.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell when he's either supposed to be popping or has popped. Because there's storms or heavy rains in Gridania. Alright, and...
No, we just have 5 and 7.
Uh-huh.
Because that was 6.
Anybody else? Skippy, you up for joining, or you're still playing? Starting, never mind. And Brandon today. And 7.
Just the one I needed.
You're fine. I
Doing
just
co-op
brain.
with Buddy. It's the fun one.
Ameliance is with us! Oh my gosh, we have Ameliance! I'm excited now.
Cool.
Half an hour on Jay's mom. I love their mom. Their mom is amazing. Also, that is an awesome glam for her.
Oh, I'm glad I missed that.
Also, how... Am I the only one who always pictured her as a white mage, if anything? If she had a combat class, it was white mage.
I don't know, I could probably see her as a pugilist.
Right? I can totally see her as a white mage. I mean, I could see her as any class, but something just screams to me that she would be a white mage.
Bye. I totally went the wrong there. Because, you know, I have to do something weird every time.
Oh, this red mage has the fairy one.
The fairy weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's normal, but this is P7. We did P8 earlier. Although I do plan on doing the savage versions of these.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I just barely got out of that circle.
Yep. You really need to pay attention to where you're standing and stay away from the pigs.
I ran there to get a dodge for another attack. I didn't
I know.
realize running right into the direction the tanks were going.
I mean, I don't mind running it again.
I wouldn't mind either. If only so I could get better at those freaking tells. Over here.
That red mage is dead. Gotta be the bird.
I was so busy doing heals, I forgot to keep an eye out.
It's less fun when you're watching and not doing anything. I will not deny that.
quite fast enough.
Oh, I didn't quite get out of that.
No, 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 no. Moving, 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 moving. By the way, anybody else notice that when it's the
Yes,
full
Jamie.
ground, you actually have less room to move? Than when it's the 3 pedestals.
Yeah, it's because they redo it. They did that on purpose. It will not hurt Amelia.
Lady, give up. I know technically she's not allowed to because she's fighting herself, but... Okay, there's 2, there's no 3rd. Oh, it's the birds. Okay. Oh, shoot. I just realized what's going on. Ow.
Oh no, Amelia! Oh god.
Swift cast, you.
I do not normally use my invuln for tank busters, but I had to on that one.
I'm glad I'm here. By the way, I saved it, or I brought back Emilion's.
Jason, there was a thing you needed to stand in over here.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until too late. Because I wasn't braining. Probably gonna switch off of the healer after this. Because apparently I'm not braining right now.
I've seen the part of the strat stuff for this with Savage, and that looks like it's going to be insane when I actually start doing drop for it.
I actually have yet to look at the stuff for this one for Savage. Or any of them for Savage.
Savage is insane, but you have to be able to pay attention. No, you don't.
Oh, well. You didn't get out of it in time.
Over here.
Want to be over here?
Yay.
As I died. Go figure. Oh, that's a nice picture.
It is. I like that picture. Then again, their mom is best mom.
I love how she teases the kids, though.
Mm-hmm.
Although I can't remember how many times she teases LSA, but
She uses them both quite often.
yes.
Alright, last one. You want to join in, Alex, and then we can do requeue for P8? Also.
Because apparently I can't brain the mechanics.
I can switch off too.
think I'll just do dancer.
I'm gonna go to Gridania really quick.
That's okay, I'm in Pandemonium. Or Rods. That's a pretty far away. He's away from Pandemonium.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out how the heck you're actually already in Pandemonium.
Because I can't brain, apparently.
Okay, no worries.
That's the only commentary I have for that, is I apparently can't brain.
Just go to Elpis, right?
Wrong one.
I'm actually not gonna get rid of that.
There we go. Not really a fan of that.
To have inventory space.
Inventory space? What's that?
Good question.
Well, that one's not too bad, but I think I already have it. I do already have it. Okay.
Ooh, wind up levy.
I'm gonna grab that.
I'll take the wind up levy.
Very quick doing that. Which I probably got better than those for those classes.
Yeah, I wanted to keep the ruby weapon. Ruby weapon's weapon. Because yeah, I think that is actually going to turn out really good for my red mage clan. Because I've seen the red mage weapon from Ruby, and I want it.
There.
What do you guys think? Don't you think that would work really well with that glam?
By the way, who agrees with me that it'd be cool if you could actually get a house in Elpis?
I would love to have a house in Elvis.
Like if they did an actual housing section for Elpis. I think that'd be awesome.
That's actually kind of cool. Not the one I was thinking of, though. Did they actually make a distinguish between the two? Yes, but not much of one. Gosh dang it, I hate when that happens. This one would be most fitting for a scholar. I love that. That is so cool, and I actually might do it for my scholar.
Oh wow, I didn't realize my rapier was that low.
much, Sag.
The moment you realize how low your equipment actually is.
I like them, but I don't.
Alright.
Hey.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Alright, I'm trying something. I did voice activity because I actually forgot that these headphones can actually mute, but I'm trying to make sure you guys don't hear like background noise.
No, I
So I
don't
might
hear
have to
anything.
switch
I'm not
back.
hearing anything.
Okay, cool. I might have to mute it though if I don't say anything.
Okay.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm hopping over to Midgard now.
Okay.
What y'all need me as?
Whatever.
Don't say healing because I cannot.
I
I
know,
don't
I'll
have
do the
any
healing.
healers at 90.
I'll be doing the healing.
Is
So you're a
P8
red
in?
mage, see?
Is P8 in hard to tank?
Not
Or can I just
really.
follow Ray?
Not really.
You can just follow Ray.
Okay. Okay.
You could have him main tank and you could be off tank.
Yeah, I might do that because the only thing I have high enough is Gunbreaker, so I finally geared it up enough.
Well, that's
Oh,
cool.
that's right. That's the one I really want from there.
Okay. Wrong one. There you go. That's what I
So
want.
how's everybody been?
Yeah, pretty good.
Doing alright.
I'm getting there.
Well, that's the important part. You're working on it.
Yes, that is definitely the important part.
How much is it for that piece?
I will say that the writing helped today, so
Well, that's cool.
If it helps, that's the important part.
Yep.
I might actually do that here soon. Buy the ruby.
what writing?
Well, I've been trying to rate for a while.
It's fun.
It is. I've been trying to rate for a little while. I unfortunately had a lot of people telling me that my writing wasn't very good, or it didn't make sense, or it wasn't sticking to the way the originals were when I was doing fanfics, so it kind of...
You know what? So many people get hoity-toity about that, and I'm sorry for saying it that way, but honestly, and I know I can be a bit of a purist when it comes to some things, but the only time I'm really a purist is when it's something that's rather easy to write about. And a lot of people get rather annoyed when they're talking about some sort of highly complicated one, and I'm like, guys, it's not worth it. Come on.
Yeah. Alrighty. Alright, get Alex in here.
I just loaded in.
I will be switching over to my white mage here in a sec.
That's kind of intriguing. Well, that's for gauntlets offending. Okay.
Alright.
Oh, I just got that. Never mind. Okay. So I'm gonna do this. Sort. What is that? Discard. Oh, I gotta do that. Gotta make sure I can summon Holone.
Alright, I put it in there because I don't know if Jammy's still in chat. We're
Oh
putting
wow, that's
PA
actually a
and
cool outfit.
back on the list for potential. So, get the queue going.
I mean, I'm not gonna keep it as my current outfit, but I could actually use that. That's cool looking. I like my dancer outfit as it is.
We get to fight Angry Kirby. Also, did you see this new sub-goal array?
Alright, I will listen for call outs because this is going to be my first time taking this, so.
Yeah.
Ray can handle the majority of it.
I didn't know
And this
you
goes
had
for
a
anybody who
sub-goal.
joins chat. There's a secondary sub goal of if we get 100 subs, I will plan a full 24-hour stream.
As I'm messing up freaking.
But it'll
Things
definitely
already.
be one of my weekend streams. That I do it for.
Apparently today is not my day for mechanics. Oh, you know what? I forgot something. Don't remember what we want to do with those.
Okay, I need to get back into the swing of things. Sorry, I'm trying to keep people from dying right now. Alright, over. Stand over by me. Or over by... behind him.
Oh, this is that moment. Okay.
He's going to become Big Baby Rage mad.
Yeah.
I still want to know how we land on that small little platform that's off to the side of this cage.
Years
All of
of
us land
practice.
perfectly on it.
Years of practice and luck.
Great. And again,
It's
it's a
that
moment
warrior-
of don't question game logic.
Yeah, it's that
There's also
that
the
warrior
whole
of light
weird
luck.
moment of, okay, it's a perfectly placed dojo platform.
Uh-huh.
Anybody else notice this?
Yes.
Again, don't question game logic.
Don't
It just don't
question
work.
game logic.
Also like how he does that whole breaking cage match style thing. One wall, other wall,
Okay,
other wall.
the third one over here is the one we want to be in the place.
I will say it's very easy when I can listen to the call out, so I don't get hit.
What all do you have at 90?
Um,
God,
Recent-
Fred.
I recently got my machinist up to 90. I have to. I know all four of my tanks are at 90. So, Bard,
Oh wait, stack.
Monk, Black Mage, and Ninja as well. And of course Reaper. But I have to, when I get out of here, I'll have to check and see, because I don't remember.
Oh, I quit hitting quick gas. I'm making mistakes here now. Alright, so stand behind the one with the orange on it.
Stand behind it? Okay.
Yep. Because the rest of the floor is going to be covered in acid.
Too early, dude. Oh no. Okay, they didn't
Okay,
actually
this
activate,
one. The SWAT.
Oh, that's that one. Okay. Yeah, not the best timing. Okay, I can't see where anything went.
I'm dead.
Oh my.
I knew I was.
Yeah, me too. Oh, almost.
He's gonna. No, he's gonna kill us. That was my bad. That one I have a hard time with. I follow the group.
Yep, I'm down.
Yikes.
But I knew I was going down because the cat got in my way at the perfect time, so I didn't see what the heck was going on.
That one I have a hard time with. And it's just because of, you have to watch for the pattern.
Yeah. Oh, and we have no rezzers.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't give for a summoner.
Or a red mage. One of them.
We're probably gonna have to restart.
Oh my goodness, did y'all see what Xenons just said in the chat?
Yeah, I saw it.
Wait for a brief moment, look back in the poison in my face.
Hey Ray.
Hey, Ray.
What's up?
You're
What's
most
up, Ray?
You're almost as sneaky as one of my other friends from my old FC. And Jason knows exactly who I'm talking about, or who cares.
I remember.
How did you
Jason,
die?
did you accidentally, did you run into the spikes just now? Is that why you died? The cat just
I didn't
walked
know
you
I
into
died
the
already.
spikes. Somehow you walked into the spikes. Because I turned around and I saw you close to the spikes and you were dead. I was like, what happened?
Other side. Over
I don't
here.
know how that happened.
There we go. You do not want to be over there when he uses that.
I guess it auto-exited the cat because I was trying to say I had a cat interaction before and I must have hit something that made me go into the spike.
Okay. Do not stand behind anywhere near those right now. You should be fine right now, Jason. Careful where you're walking.
I'm trying to. Also trying to see around a cat, which is not helping.
I'm trying to stay as close as possible to Ray.
Okay.
I don't want to be
over
there,
here.
so I want to be over here. I'm over with Jammy Boy.
That's a safe spot. He's usually pretty good about reading it. Then again, I'd hope so. He is a high-end reader. Behind him.
There we are. Oh no. I don't want to be in the tank buster.
Why not? Tank busters are yummy. Ray with a sabotage.
If I was a different class, I might have tried taking it, but
I
Sander's
almost ran into
squishy.
the spike.
I'd be a murderer at this point. I was standing right in the middle of the group earlier when I had the tank buster and it's like nobody's moving and I'm not moving, so this is a problem.
I almost ran into the
that's
spikes.
always fun.
I'm gonna be coming to. I'm coming to the determination.
I
I'm just
love
not
how
gonna
he
move
does
anymore.
this whole cage match wrestler thing move of hitting the bars.
Yeah, just be glad Ray is not a healer, because he will rescue you into death. He's told me that twice now.
I wouldn't mind if he did it to me. I
mean,
don't really
I've
care.
had people do it before. Sharing is caring, so share that too, Buster.
Caring is caring. I'm just trying to be a good friend, okay?
I thought
That's alright, of course. This, this
Only if
Xenon,
you're a troll.
this Xenon Jaeger is becoming my favorite party member here. Right, so what you doing tonight? Mac is
Try
like
not to
trying not to die.
Fair
Fair
point.
point.
It's this one. Flourish. Because I've been forgetting it this entire time. Doing the setup for technical stuff actually gets harder in the 90s.
It's
The
hard
90s
for me,
stuff.
and my dance is not even at 90 yet. I still struggle.
Well, you can usually find it during times because they'll have times where they'll pause in doing stuff and you can do a quick setup, usually.
Alex, I
Right.
only have
See
one
how
thing
it
to
is,
say
right?
about that. Please don't stack with people when you have those markers.
Ray was trying to follow me. I was trying to get away, and he was like, "No, let me follow you." I was like, "You see me trying to get away from you? It'd be tanks, but we're not invincible."
Take privilege.
And now. Or I was.
Love you,
Son.
Xenon! It sounds
Okay,
like something
again,
you'd say to
stand
the
behind
rocker.
the orange crystal. Also, I did not get the last time. I'm sorry.
I probably did that too early, though. Now you do?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, that makes sense. After he jumped over there, not before Alex.
I did it
Hey,
again.
I
I
got
got
out of
hit.
that. I call BS. I was out of that.
I know I was.
Hey.
I'm just gonna wait my turn.
You're fighting Skippy.
There we go.
Sorry, I was trying to do a hard
Oh, don't want to be over here.
Get out of that! Get out of that! Jason, get out of that!
Yeah. I saw that a little later than I probably should have, but
I said you were funny, Skippy, not fired.
well, I'm probably the one who's fired by now. I made it. Can't move! I swear you're trying to kill me.
He just wants a
Yeah,
pen.
that's also trying to be filling.
Not that one.
As per cat prerogative, give me
Oh,
attention at my time.
I am in the safety corner. This is my safety corner.
Yes, you're a skinny. Stay down. That didn't do as much as I thought. Alright, dang it. Oh, really? Oh, this is the one where you gotta do that. Okay.
Yeah. Jason behind it.
That could have been worse. Could have been better, but could have been worse.
Could have been dead.
I'm totally giving Xenon the player comp because he's become my favorite character in this party.
I still can't believe we ran. Oh, it was P7 with Amelia.
Oh wow, it's 21. That's gonna. I'm not gonna get that. I need 3 of those.
Yeah, well, luckily you have no limit this time.
Uh-huh.
Thank goodness.
There is no once a week on this.
Oh hey, I got 2 lines in my Wondrous Tales.
What is their name? Maki Teriyaki. I love that. I still
got
call
something.
BS on that one.
I got
their
something.
gum. Because I got out of that. There is no way I should have gotten hit. Damn you, ping. I got ping checked.
So that wasn't just me that dealt with that lag. I got hit with
Yeah,
that.
I got that. I got killed on Devoured.
Yeah, because I got hit with that ray, and I was like, was I the only one experiencing that lag just now?
You're not
It was-
supposed to tell people about me hitting you.
That's your ray.
Yeah,
Other ray.
I was out of it and it said I got hit, so I call BS.
I used to have a friend who would make a joke about that every time. Like, we'd see a boss use a skill called Array, and he'd be like, hey, it's you! I'm like, stop, please.
The second boss of hold on, the manor on hard. Hawk Manor. Hard is named Ash, and we used to tease Ash about that all the time.
Hey, Ash, you on? You remember that?
Hey Ash, we're fighting you.
Every time I see anything relating to the word C, I make a joke about your name.
I mean, it's
So
you're
I'm not
the
any
only
better?
one.
Heard them.
You are literally not the only one. In one of my
Every time I'm in the Midgard Ul'dah, there's like
I'll
a
be right back.
line of people dancing like in front of the Aetheryte Plaza, and no matter what, it's always here.
Where did that put me to? Wow, that's still only at 592. After all of those ups, I'm still only at 592. That's wow.
Russian.
Our world's maintenance on the 8th.
Hi, I'm back.
Yeah.
Well, what?
Okay, that one's all set up. Red mage. Let's see if that can be upped. Okay.
Alpha, welcome back, C.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. See.
I had to go put my watch on the charger, which is still something weird to say.
Well, unless you have an Apple Watch, then no, it's not weird.
I mean,
My
it is an Apple Watch, but it's still one of those things that my watch needs to be charged.
mom and my sister have Apple Watches, so.
Oh, good night, Jamie. All right.
Skippy,
I'll be
can
right
I have a
back,
Kiwi
guys.
Watch?
I gotta.
Can I have a Kiwi watch?
Take your time, Jason.
I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Take your time. Also, I see a C.
Uh-huh.
I am sailing. I want to go pick up. I don't even know what I'm going to pick up.
I'm debating on how I want to go about this, but I'm thinking I want to dedicate an outfit of some of my classes for each one of her partners. But I'm having a hard time deciding which ones I want to dedicate to who. Aside from White Mage, I've already kind of done.
You can pretty much count out Paladin because we already know who's that for.
That's
who that's
true.
for. Then you see Valens.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get my Paladin to match yours since they're related, but I need the sword. I need the Zantetsuken.
Zantetsuken.
So I can, because I'm gonna rename my glam. I'm gonna rename that my Paladin.
Actually, Paladin kind of goes for
Something-
two of them.
Yeah, Paladin has double entendres in this situation.
Paladin kind of goes for two out of them, but that's okay.
It's the perfect class for it, though.
It is.
They both use swords.
And well,
As you can see, his is more royal.
yeah. Gaia.
I
Also,
wanted
I
to.
wish I could wear Gaia's outfit. I would have 100% bought Gaia's outfit for Ray just to make it glam.
You'll have to. You have to Fantasia then. Want that from the Gold Saucer, the new draw and sheath ability.
I already have that one.
I'm trying to save up. Yeah, I'm trying to save up my MGP so I can get him.
I don't know if you noticed, but almost every time I start a dungeon, I always draw my weapon, and when I finish a dungeon, I sheath it just because it's like.
Of course, the famous macro.
Actually, I kind of want to do samurai dedication to that as well, but that means I have to get the Shinryu sword, because that's as close as I'm ever going to get to that.
I forgot I had these pants on underneath of this. Well,
When I'm able to. Oh my God, Ray. When I'm able to, I might spring and get Amarik's outfit and put it on my Paladin.
I want to get his sword, but I don't think
Me
I
too.
can. And also,
Do they even have his sword?
I don't think so. Also, Ray,
his sword is a unique model at the moment, but I think there was talk about adding it at some point.
yeah, I looked it up. That's actually his foster father's sword.
Yeah.
It wasn't a gift from Mistinian.
I'm talking the outfit is a gift from Estinian.
That I could believe, actually.
The lance.
During pre-Endwalker, or not pre-Endwalker, like post-Endwalker, when you speak to the Scions before 6.1, Estinian mentioned that he did a job that he expected to get paid for and got a funny or a funny blue outfit that he sent to Amric instead.
Oh god.
As you can see, the lance, Estinian gave this to Valens
Nice. Also,
before he got possessed by Nidhogg. He actually gave. This is actually in lore. This is actually Estinian's lance,
there you go.
and this is the only
Oh.
thing that he's taken
And-
from the Scions.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Since it has its name.
Yes.
Which Estinian got
Yeah, it's
from
nothing else.
Alberic.
I think the only other thing that he took from the Scions was Thancred's blade, gunblade. He actually made that one himself. He legitimately made a replacement, like a copy of the Lionheart.
I need to go grab... Oh, I have the Diable version. Now that makes me think. But I don't want to do an exact copy. Actually, I'm
I
torn.
made the definitive decision that Ray is, rather than being like the Warrior of Light in my headcanon, he's just a Scion, or he helps the Scions. He doesn't even associate with the Scions, really. He just sort of shows up and follows the Warrior of Light around.
That's pretty much every time I make a character, they aren't the Warrior of Light. Victor was very much against being the Warrior of Light.
I'm
Victoria was just like, as long as my children are safe, I don't care. The Valens is, well,
I'm the auto between
Outside
us.
of-
he's just Valens. He doesn't care.
I'm the all ball of the three of
Outside
us.
of my roleplay stories, I have Ray in the main scenario, I imagine, would have probably sacrificed himself at Ultima Thule but not returned when the Warrior of Light calls them back, because I have many headcanons about it.
That's pretty much
There's
the same thing. That's pretty much the same thing Vicky almost did, which is why I gave her children.
Actually,
Valens was going to do the same thing, but he had he got flashbacks of his parents, and he was like, okay, I guess I'll keep fighting, because he already almost lost Amric, and he didn't want his parents to basically be in a world without Valens. So
Ray,
it's just Eric.
his main
Valens
reason
is
for not returning was mostly just because his soul is scarred by the souls of like 3 separate people, and his soul is almost impossible to retrieve upon death.
mm,
I think after Ultima Thule, it's why Valens is the way he is.
That's fair. Ultima Thule would change a person.
mm-hmm.
He wasn't. He was sort of like this after the whole vault scenario with both Harshfront and then Amert getting captured, but it wasn't until Ultima Thule that he really was like, I don't care anymore.
Fuck it.
Basically, because he's just like I put this on Twitter because somebody was like, it was one of the Warrior of Light questions of the day. They said something along the lines of what the one time that your Warrior of Light was actually like angry, and I quote retweeted it saying that when Aymeric got captured, he literally was going to burn the entire vault down, the temple, all of it. And the Temple Knights were seriously considering throwing him in the jail because his anger was so, like, it was, they could physically feel his anger emanating from the vault as he basically carved through everybody to get to Aymeric. So if anybody ever doubted if Valens loved Aymeric, that doubt needs to be thrown out the window because he does.
I give that even more purpose for reasons why she pointedly goes, and you're doing what again about him? But no, that's kind of why I did the whole Dark Paladin version of her. Because it was one of those, the vault scenario as a whole, near just like inches from breaking her. Between Horsefant dying, Aymeric
Valens
getting captured and hurting, and she's just like, no.
Valens actually, when he found out, the thing that actually like really angered Valens was the whole Archbishop situation, because he in his mind, and he knows this better now, but at the time he was like, why didn't you do more to stop the Archbishop from killing Horsefant? And it was he had a lot of anger, and it wasn't until he actually was face to face against the Archbishop that anger was misdirected. And if he was a stronger person, he would have done more than just allowed the Archbishop to fade into the ether. He would have tore him into pieces.
Where is that sword from?
He would have literally been like, I'll tear you to pieces.
I'll tell you limb
This
from
one,
limb.
I think, is just a crafted piece.
It's a sin fender.
It's the original design, I think, is...
Okay, I came in on the weird part of the conversation.
We were just talking about our characters.
The lore.
Yes.
I was explaining that Valens has a lot of anger because of past transgressions, and the events of Ultima Thule essentially made him a different person than he used to be.
Okay, I'm torn, and I want opinions on this. Should I dedicate Ninja, or should I dedicate Gunbreaker for Thancred?
Gunbreaker.
Oh, that's difficult. I'd go... Depending on which version of Thancred you wanted to go for,
That's
I'd
the hard
probably,
part.
being that I really want Thancred's daggers from Heavensward, because Heavensward daggers are my favorite. I want a pair of daggers that are the opposite side, like two different daggers like that.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was so awesome. I loved him from Heavensward. That was so awesome. I loved his entire outfit for Heavensward. It was my favorite. Don't get me wrong. I love him as a Gunbreaker, but I loved his Heavensward look. Because it fit him. It suited him so much.
Wasn't that much difference?
Yeah, it was.
Not the one I remember, but okay.
My biggest complaint, and it's not really a complaint, I just wish, like, Gunbreaker, I could get like a coat. I know I can like use the Far Eastern one in the actual Gunbreaker, like, but I want like a long coat for Gunbreaker, like a long trench coat.
Just want long boots in general.
If I could get away with doing the two different sized daggers, I would so do that. Ninja.
Okay.
Alright, so we were gonna do P8.
Yes. I believe that's what it was.
continue on to the hand thing, yeah, Valen's lost a hand. He wears like 2 gloves all the time, but it's the hand that he uses his gun blade on is the one that got chopped off. I
Yeah,
went with that
Ray's
instead
missing
of giving.
his entire left arm.
I went with that instead of giving him Helichromia because I did that for like Victor and Victoria. I was like, what else can I do? Let's chop off a hand.
How much more can I mutilate myself?
When in doubt, remove
Well,
a limb.
Right.
I could tell you guys all I've done. I had created a backstory for Sid, but I've never actually written a story about him. So I could tell you guys all about that, but honestly, it's not the best story I've ever thought up.
Hey, look.
Honestly,
It's,
that's fair. A lot of my characters start from like a very stupid point. Ray was literally, when I first started him, he was just a gladiator in the arena, and then he became a pirate, and then he became a sky pirate as I just sort of evolved him, and it sort of worked out.
there's a reason why Valen says the word troublemaker in his adventure flight, because that's literally what he did before he went to Ishgard. And even when Amric adopted him, he was still causing trouble. He caused so much trouble that even to this day, the Ishgardians is still like, you sure you want your son here? Amric is like, no, he's become a better person now. and then all of a sudden they hear an explosion on like the far side of Ishgard. They're like, hey, that's
Yeah,
your
sure.
son. You're the one who said it was a good idea to bring him in here. He's your problem. Even though Valens is like, look, it wasn't me this time, I promise. It's not me. I didn't do that.
Uh-huh.
Sure, it's not.
Right, he did that one time.
Ray's third
He did that
comment,
one time.
it's just-
He did that one time, and like, Eric was sort of seriously considering contacting Zero on the link for like, come get your son. I can't.
I can't right now. I can't deal with him.
He's like, it's too much. I've got too much on my plate. I can't. Get your son. Take him out of here.
Well, you know,
Ray's
whatever
search
works,
comment
right?
just sort of stems from his search comment kind of just stems from, so I have the worst luck when it comes to doing combat rolls. And there have been several points in Ray's experiences as an adventurer where he's just almost died in the middle of combat, and everyone's like, just stop. And he's like, no, I will
There we
keep
go.
going. And he keeps getting himself
right.
in worse situations.
He's
He's legitimately, even to this day, still branded a heretic in Ishgard because he committed some atrocities.
I mean, Valens didn't do anything like that, but they're very the Timber Knights are very tempted to just ban him from Ishgard, but they can't because of Amaric.
There we go. I did think
Ray's
it's a nod.
stepsister
They're like,
was,
look.
she was
They're like, look. They're like, look. There's only you have one more chance, and son or not, we are kicking him from Ishgard. He's never allowed back here.
You two are twinsies?
I'm sitting here. Why is this Thailander just standing beside me?
Alright. Okay, so the last question. Dark Knight or Black Mage for Emmett?
I'd go Black Mage probably.
Dark Knight, so
Since
you can.
Emmett
Dark-
is-
Yeah, you should go Dark Knight so you can say out of my way.
Right! I was thinking the same thing. Out of my way. And you gotta say it with that much attitude, because that's how
Right,
he does it.
I've been legit thinking of putting the outfit that they give you when you first step into Elpis and putting it on my Dark Knight. making Valen's the Dark Knight main just so I can be like out of my way, like making that a macro and just going out of my way. Of course, you can also do that for Black Mage because I tanked that and I had Emmett be a Black Mage and he still says that.
Out of
Yeah.
my way.
I like
But if
I like that Emmett is a black mage when you have him in Catesis, but whenever you fight him as, you know, in his Magus of old form, he's just sort of, he has red mage tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's just assy and stuff, like, he has dual cast, basically.
You know, I was so disappointed in that because they kind of leaned him towards being an all-arounder, but he can only DPS or tank.
right.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sad now.
I would love to see Emmett roll up, but like he would be his own special healer. He wouldn't have like a white mage staff or anything.
Right.
He'd just be like
when they
he'd just be there like
when they put in when they made Vorshan like a trust, I was like, oh, so he's gonna be the Graha of the patch, because for some reason Yoshi P is just like, y'all had enough Graha throughout Endwalker. It's time for him to disappear, because I still cannot find him anywhere in the world. I'm like, oh, because he was like, oh, okay, well, if our work here is done, then I'll just see you back at the
He's over
the,
in Old Charlie.
the-
And he's
the
in
main-
the Baldessian Annex.
he's where?
He's in the Baldessian Annex.
No, he's not.
yeah.
He's not, because I went to the main hall. He's not there. There's Cryo. Every time I go back there, I went back there after we did after I wrapped up the quest line, and he was not there. I'm like, seriously?
Oh, he might be chilling out over in
I'm still looking for him. I can
Oh,
find your
There was a
shoulder.
bot that I used to follow that was, where is Graha in the world? After patches, it would update where Graha was. Let me see if it's got an update before this one.
For Varshan, I was like, oh, so they're gonna make him the Graha of the
And no,
patch.
he only has Dragoon.
Yeah, he's only a
and
Dragoon and a Paladin.
It's like, I was sad that Emmett wasn't a healer because I wanted Emmett to heal us all. Like,
No, he just kill us.
but
he'll be
not
like,
you,
I
go
would-
15.
He's like, I refuse. I
Right.
refuse.
I had to do it where
I
it
would
was
love to have Emmett,
heal.
like, so imagine him, imagine Sage the way that Sage stands just regularly, but without the newliths. So
Uh-huh.
he's just sort of, he's just
Just-
there.
Just has his he's just right like that. He
And
just
anytime
has his,
anybody's almost down, he snaps.
he's just like,
Yeah,
fine.
He doesn't even heal you. He just, like, as you're getting really low, he just snaps your health back up.
Right, like some
Drop to
benediction.
1 HP, and he's like, no.
I do like how Zero is just she's not called a Reaper, she's just Memoriate.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That was just one of my things because I was like, okay, Vana, you can tank. We all know Tifladeus is gonna be a DPS. That was kind
Now
of a given.
Vana is
Hippodais kind
an
of
all-rounder.
threw me for a loop
Yes.
though, because he's a freaking archer.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah, I love.
Don't get me wrong.
Tifladeus.
It
I
makes sense with how he is.
but
but-
Jason, remember, he's not entirely useless.
Right.
No.
I'm not entirely useless. Alright, so...
No, I was just saying his class threw me for a loop. I wasn't saying he was useless. His
Oh, no,
class
that's-
kind of threw me for a loop.
That's what he says.
Entirely
He'll be like, I'm not entirely useless.
Yeah, I know.
He also says, I see you opening.
Yeah, that one was funny.
Wait, did it automatically... I gotta double check that again. Not that I can do it, that threw me for a loop. What?
What did you work?
Oh. Automatically puts Emmett as tank and Flo as DPS and Vana as DPS. Which I also find
Yes,
it...
because if
Fine.
you if you tank, she'll be a healer. If you heal, she'll be a paladin. Because somebody was like, I asked that to somebody. I was like, so if you heal, what does and you put Emmett and Hitlo as DPS? Does that mean that she tanks? And they were like, yes.
Uh-huh. It'll automatically adjust it for you. But mine put Emmett as tank. Which I'm not against. I also love him being a Dark Knight.
That's because he wants everybody to get out of his way.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
It kind of bums me out that Vana doesn't get a special title. She gets called All Arounder. I really wish she had a special title in the
Right.
menu.
Well, they can't very well call her Heidelin.
No. Alright, you ready?
I'm still mad that, that solo fight against her was brutal.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was. It was
Especially
brutal.
especially as a Reaper, I was like, come on. Even on very easy, I died I had to do that thing 3 times because I was like, bro.
You have to time things very well on that one.
I had to look up a video. I had to look up a
Testing her
video,
reflexes before I tested her reflexes.
right?
She was just preparing us for Xenos. She was like, yeah, I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna
I will say
prepare
that
you.
that scene afterwards had to be one of the best cutscenes of the expansion.
Mm-hmm.
I love when you leave Elpis. That scene is my favorite
Mm-hmm.
by far.
My
that-
only thing about that is I wish people would quit trying to put morals to what she did.
Yeah, I kind of have to
Right.
agree with that.
Stop
That's
trying
fair.
to apply a moral compass.
That's fair. Was
Yeah, I
that
kind of
the-
have to agree with that.
I can't remember. Was that cutscene the one that Yoshi P went back and admitted that that's why he delayed it because it was that the cutscene or was
I think there were
that
probably a
another
couple
one?
of them, although that was probably one of the top
Yeah.
ones, because that one.
Vana's scene, there was another scene I can't remember, and then a couple of things in Ultima Thule, like the fist bump was something that he wanted to go back and make especially good. Because they originally did just from what he was talking about, they did a basic exit for Graha, but they wanted to make it more special. So during that downtime,
Yeah,
they
they
added the
were
fist bump
like,
to it.
yeah, they were like, oh, you want some emotional damage? Here's a fist bump between you and Graha before he sacrifices himself. I'm like, really?
I kind of
I-
find it ironic that everybody's all like getting mad at you, and you're like, you guys.
I was talking to my sister about that, and I was like, when they got to Alphino and Alizé, I almost quit the game. I was like, I can't. Like, I literally sat there
Can't get
and
over
watched
it.
every single person, every single Scion sacrifice themselves. And as soon as they got to Alphino and Alizé, I was that close. I was very close to quitting the game. I was like, I can't do it. When I finally finished Endwalker, I told my FC, I was like, I'm done. I am done. That's it. I'm not doing any more today. I finished Endwalker at like 7 o'clock in the morning on a weekday. I was like, I know I have more to do, but that's enough for me. That's I can't.
Alright, so I'm gonna do this.
No,
Ray. I'm
I'm
gonna give
pretty
you
sure
a
a lot of
triangle.
people did that.
No, he's the danger Dorito.
Yep. Sid, look for either one of us.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of
this one.
prison.
Still can't get over that every time Graha has sacrificed himself so far, it's been in Crystal. He always ends up as Crystal. He ends up as Rock Candy every time.
Because he's so sweet.
Jason.
I was moving.
In the middle. Off to the side.
not zoomed in.
I love that this fight's theme is just like a map.
Oh, this is when he
version
does
of-
the four corners, isn't it? Oh no, he does this. Okay.
This is the knockbacks. Yeah. The four corners I think comes after he does his first transformation for the
Yeah.
first time.
Might be. Okay, so we want to be on this side. And we want to be up here. Here. Here? Nope. No, 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 no. That one you really just have to get to the center on.
I so appreciate the new Divine Veil so much. I can actually use it. Now we
The
get
four
to-
corners? Yeah, this is the four corners. Okay.
Yep, stand in the middle first. Back to this side.
Looks like
Follow the danger Dorito or the square. Pick a corner.
yeah.
And then
Off to this
their
side. As I said, eventually I'll remember how to do this.
In the middle.
No, it's Hot Wings. Even though it's much more forgiving than Hot Wings. Hot Wings is cool and unusual.
Oh, is that from P3?
It starts with Nidhogg. Nidhogg was the first place that we got the Hot Wings mechanic.
Yeah,
Oh,
Hot
Steps
Wing and
of
Hot
Faith.
Tail.
Depths of Faith. Or the
Oh,
final
that's
step.
from that,
it's
Dragon
Nidhogg
Song.
trial. I knew what he was talking about when the minute he said Nidhogg, and I remembered he does do a wing flap.
Yeah. It's what
Yeah,
killed
he
me
gave us the
sometimes.
Hot Tail, Hot Tail and Hot Wings, and it's so tight. Every time, it almost always gets me.
I don't remember the Nidhogg mechanic that you're talking about.
Where there's it's a very fast, and you have to be perfect on it. You have to pay attention to that cast bar. But he has his wings out, and it does the orange danger zone underneath
Oh,
them.
that's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
it's similar to what Hephaestus has, where he has the either out corners or center AoE, except Nidhogg is much crueler about his.
Yeah.
Because he does it so fast.
Well, he is a dragon. Okay.
Why does it have to choose the side that I'm not on? Why are you like this?
Oh my god.
Is that,
Yeah, I ate that.
this
I
is
ate
the
that
center,
hard.
right?
Out of center. There you go.
I was trying to say that one through the center, but because it goes through the center of the battle area.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Crucial sacrifice is his transformation. That's right.
Oh, he's doing the big legs again. He didn't.
Okay, so the line.
That wallet.
This
Just
way.
realized he has a mouth on his shoulder in this form. I
Yep.
don't like that.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Oh
That was
crap.
bad.
I think it's hard to.
I was in the wrong
Very
place.
harsh knockback.
I was in the wrong place.
It's hard to aim those sometimes because of the how much force he puts into each pound.
Yeah, you get launched so far.
Yeah.
I was very tempted to arm's length it, but
It only works for one of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Over here.
I'm already over. Oh, where are they going? Okay, so
Straight across.
straight across.
And then
Back
straight
and
across
right back.
again.
Okay.
Except for not as far.
No, you want to go as far. And now spread.
I'm gonna go down. Doesn't matter. Oh no, I didn't go down. Holy
You
crap.
got
Center.
if I hadn't have moved, you would have died, Jason.
Oh, was I overlapping you too far?
Yes.
There
Oh,
we go.
Jesus.
Wow. Who? What?
Tell
What
me,
happened
tell me.
there?
You got it.
Nice.
I saw like 4 people die.
Yeah, because the white mage went down. And then after I tried to raise them, everybody else went down. So I'm like, get the white mage up, 'cause I'm going to need the help. And
Right.
Yeah, but we had LB3, so just get everybody at once.
Thankfully, we had the LB3. Oh crap.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
the healer oh shit button.
Mine.
Oh, I just barely
I-
caught.
I got hit.
that.
I got hit by the petrification.
I can't tune to that.
I got hit by that.
That was this almost explosive snake.
Oh, I'm glad I healed everybody on that.
Yeah, that was kind of useful.
It happened with me. Wrong place.
Oh, by the way, I found out
In the center.
that either the next one or the one after is the one where they actually bring in what's supposed to be the full dance thing.
For dancer.
Yeah.
I also keep forgetting that we're just up to P8. Why I just thought, oh, it's just gonna be 8 raids. No,
Oh,
they do 12. I don't know why I thought they would make an exception for. I don't know why I thought they would have an exception for this one. I'm like, oh, we're not done yet.
Yeah, next we get to see what's going on.
You
on
think-
Source.
You think La Habrea is gonna be the boss for P12?
I still
This
believe
version of
that-
La Habrea?
No, I think
still
it's gonna
think
be
that-
Athena.
Yeah.
I don't think she's dead. Honestly.
I don't.
I believe that
This is-
La Habrea, the first La Habrea we meet is either Hephaestus or actual La Habrea, and then the second La Habrea we meet after that is the other. Because
I don't know why I thought that.
La
I
Habrea
keep,
should have died.
I keep thinking that Eric is gonna be like the boss again. Like
That
something,
could
Will
be
might
too.
end up being the boss
Like-
based on
like-
Athena's.
like something's gonna happen and he's just gonna snap. I'm not gonna get the minion.
Well, I passed on the menu because I already have it.
Oh, I got it.
But there you go.
Yay!
But
And I
yes,
got-
I think what's happening next is we're gonna have to face Athena.
I
Yeah,
think so
They
too.
brought it to the ethereal sea for a reason.
And it turns out that they weren't trolling. You can actually go down to the iatoscope and see Pandemonium.
Yeah.
I
It
actually
would
took
be even even
I
more
quickly-
interesting if you went into a scope afterwards, like the dungeon itself. And
I did, and I didn't see it.
pandemonium in the... Yeah, I wish it did, but it would be so interesting if it did.
Wait, you can go down
Just
the
like-
scope without actually being in the dungeon.
Yes.
Yeah,
know
you
that
can go
either.
to the first one down from the
I'm gonna have to
elevator.
check this out.
Just like you can see the Tower of Babel in the new dungeon. For no one
Yeah,
else
I
to
didn't
comment on it.
I'm gonna have to check this out because I didn't know that.
I
It'd be
neither.
a 4, I believe.
Well, I knew you could see the Tower of Babel from Lapis Manilis. That one I knew.
That one I
Are you
knew.
serious? Are you serious? I still only have one unsung armor of Abyssos. And I greeted on both of them. I only have one.
Okay. And
Oh, you need to say need, not greed.
Oh. Oh.
That's why.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
guess I have to run it again.
if I could trade
Yeah,
it,
you
I
want to
would.
say need, not greed.
Yeah, you want to need a... Especially considering there's no cap on it, there's no reason not to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Descend to the lower levels.
I'll do need. What are we doing next?
Alright, so I was thinking... What all did we do so far? I think me and Ray just did...
I'm down for you foreseeing if we do that. Cause I don't know when I'm getting back on. I'm technically supposed to be on a break, but you know.
Oh,
You guys
well.
doing I saw you guys doing Pandemonium. I was like, I want to get in.
Oh, we had only done the Pandemonium stuff. We hadn't done roulettes yet. That's right. My brain was like, what did we done so far? We haven't done anything. I mean, we could
Okay,
do
where are
foresee.
you supposed to go?
What do you mean?
Gatekeeper.
Oh, to go see.
Uh,
see
Let
if
me come to wow. I don't know what the name of it is.
Aporia.
Poria. Where it is. It's where Thancred and Urian it's pretty much where you go when you before you do the dungeon and trial. It's like right behind the trust party member menu. I'm still mad that they made Thancred quieter.
Okay. You must be up.
We're on our way.
Well, I see C.
And I'm right behind her.
Then you should see me on a...
I'm still loading in, because I have a slow computer.
Oh, it's that way. Okay.
So do we all agree that they need to patch back Thancred's original My Turn?
My turn.
Yeah.
They need to put that back. I heard it one
Still
time. I was
love
like, no,
the-
I
in
need
Shadowbringers.
I need it back.
Still love in Shadowbringers. He actually has to have people give him cartridges, otherwise he won't use cartridge combo things.
Yep.
Yeah. I think apart from
I
Ring,
remember running a duty and I took Reen out of my party because I was a DPS.
Oh my gosh, you
and
can. Holy
Thancred just
cow.
didn't do half of his kit.
I think apart from Reen, Yastola and Urianche can give him cartridges. And he will actually when you do like the Shadowbringers dungeons, depending on which
I didn't even know
which
you could
one,
come down here.
depending on which one, he'll either say Minfilia or Reen, and he'll say, hand me a cartridge.
And it's playing the Pandemonium music. That is insane.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because normally we only have one hub area for like every raid.
go
and now
down-
We've got two for this raid in particular.
Watch me come down there and you guys aren't there.
I'm still
They'll
down
put me
here.
in a different... Do you see Jason in there?
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm down
I
here.
think it only insists just one person usually.
Yeah,
like the,
that's pretty much...
the actual raid rooms.
And you can't go the way you were going when you were down here either. When you're running the
Yeah,
dungeon, you can't go that way.
like stops you at a certain point.
Yeah, there's a gate up, and the only place you can go that is the part that gets you closer to Pandemonium.
Yeah. And it is like Pandemonium. That's
Uh-huh.
cool.
But
Does
also,
somebody-
I
I
noticed
legit thought-
while it's here, that bridge is broken.
I noticed that too. The bridge
Yeah.
is broken.
I
Dang, you
legit
could
thought
almost reach out and touch some of these cages. What are they hanging on to, though?
It's magic.
Uh-huh. Don't question game logic.
Magic chains. I
like
mean,
I
Wait, what's your
honestly, now that I'm
This
saying
does not
magic
bode
chains,
well.
it could just be magic chains.
What have you been trying to say, Alex?
Oh, I was just saying that I legit thought that they were joking, like you couldn't come down here, and I was greatly mistaken.
Uh-huh. But no, you can come down here and see it.
It's like you first step into Pandemonium too.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, anybody else think that Pandemonium's music is like the weirdest, most haunting Christmas music ever?
Yes.
It's like something out of a
Yeah.
Nightmare Before Christmas, I swear.
You guys think if one of y'all go to Elpis and go to Pandemonium, you'll be able to see me from over here? I'm over here in the iatoscope and somebody goes to the actual Pandemonium place
No.
that you can see me.
No.
I doubt it.
Because
Yeah,
that-
because they
but
still-
that- That'd be really cool.
That would be cool.
Like you just go over there and they're like, hey, there's Alex.
But yeah, no, that's actually very interesting that you can go down there and actually see it. That's cool.
Although, I wonder if it's not going to be like a Crystal Towers thing. Like, you end up having to go through Pandemonium.
Like a raid, like a alliance raid type of situation.
Yeah, but also it becomes part of the actual story.
Oh
like
yeah.
MSQ, because remember, at one point they made it so you had to go through Crystal Towers because that was
I have a
part of the
feeling
story.
if Pandemonium has an important effect here, eventually it probably will have repercussions. But I see, because they usually bring old points back, like with the Crystal Tower, they bring old points back at later points. I
Yeah.
can see it happening in the future.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's gonna happen now, but I'm saying like some point in the future they're gonna make it. Yeah, you have to go through Pandemonium.
Trying to figure out if they did that next, which one would be that. But if I was gonna guess at any point right now for any of the raids, it would be Void Ark.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
God.
I
I
can
have
see
a
Void Ark.
feeling we might start seeing Maki stuff coming because the Mahawk are so important to the Void.
Mm-hmm. Also, the references that we've had so far,
And
with
they
Scathic
also
and
make
the
a
World
lot of
Darkness,
references to Scathic
Yeah.
and
or Cloud of Darkness, excuse me, not World of Darkness.
That's why I was like, well, what's Golbez? I was like, well, maybe he has some eyes to the which is why when you asked me that one time what he destroyed, I was like, told me it was Zodiac. I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he. There is a point, and I missed it. I don't know if I happened to be looking away or had to leave when the cutscene played, but apparently there was a cutscene where you see that he killed Zodiac.
Which also begs the question, what?
Or no, he didn't kill Zodiac. Well, he did. He killed his reflection of Zodiac, but he also killed the Watcher of his.
Was that the ancient that we saw in that flashback?
Uh-huh.
When they first introduced I can't remember which patch, like which in patch cutscene it was, but it was one of them where they showed like an ancient and I guess they were trying to get us to remember be like, this person is very important.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were like, I was like, they wouldn't, because I was thinking back, I was like, they wouldn't just show that flashback of just some random ancient without a reason.
Yeah.
Everything Yoshi P does is for a reason.
Oh yeah,
And of
yeah.
course,
Even if
we
it's
also
not
know
like
the
a
Whopper
main story
is
reason,
gonna have
everything he
Flame to
does is
12.
for a reason.
He's
Apparently
an
there's-
unnamed member, yes.
Because I was like, which is what brings me back to the whole Gomez situation. I'm like, he's not just putting them in for no reason. There's a reason why, which leads me to believe that I, it's making me doubt that Gomez is just going to be a patch antagonist.
No.
I know he said that for 7.0 it's going to be different, but I have a feeling that Gomez is a lot more important than what he's making him out to be.
It could be. I have a distinct feeling that the last
Yoshi
boss of...
basically said just
Or he creates a resonation that goes through 7.0. Even if he does keep him as a patch antagonist, he could do something that, kind of like with, what was his name? From ARR, where he wasn't necessarily a main antagonist, but he did stuff that resonated through several future installments.
Not Gaius,
Gilbert?
right?
Gilbert.
Oh yeah, sloppy.
Yeah.
Sloppy.
He was never a main antagonist, but he did stuff that resonated later.
Right, which is why he's in the dungeon, the Atioscope dungeon. They didn't bring him back for no reason. There was the reason why he's a boss there.
Yeah, I know.
And what's his name? Camp Whitewind. Rita.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you get to see
Whatever his name is.
Olivia, Richardson.
It was though y'all noticed that it was those three in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was Livia, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Olivia,
Lucia's
their
sister.
insatiable
First
lust, Riditon and his insatiable fealty, and
Unshakable.
Delbert and his insatiable
Yeah.
greed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then of course Amon,
Amon.
because now through Endwalker we now know that the revelation is that Amon is Hermes and Fandaniel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he was the final boss of the dungeon, because pretty much that entire dungeon and cutscene was about him. What's his name? Oh, what was his name? Yatsuyu's brother. What's his name?
So he,
Asahi.
Asahi. Yeah, Asahi,
Asahi.
which is also a remnant of Fandaniel.
Uh,
Shard,
Yeah.
more or less. More or less.
What were you gonna say, Ray?
I kind of hope that going forward, since we know that Fandaniel was a sundered Ascian, I hope we get to see reflections of other Ascians as well, because I really want the Black Mask Ascians to have more of a role
Yeah.
again, because they sort of just disappeared after they started making changes to A Realm Reborn. The Black Mask Ascians sort of stopped showing up, barring like in one or two dungeons, because they replaced the Black Mask in Totoro with La Habrea.
You know what I would like
I also hope
them to
Adrian gets
expand?
mentioned more often, because she was a 13th Ascian.
You know what I would like for them to expand more on? They've mentioned it like twice now. I want them to expand more upon these lambs of Dalamud. Because Yestola
That would
mentioned
be-
them. Yestola mentioned
They were
them,
such a
and
big
then-
part of 1.0 and early A Realm Reborn. I hope they get more limelight, because they were one
right,
of
because
bigger antagonists at the end of 1.0 since Dalamud started falling.
they were like mentioned a lot, and Yestola mentioned them, and then there's like when you do the solo instance after you do the Endwalker World quest, they're mentioned there too.
Then there's the
And
one
then
that you
there's a
meet
Lamb of
in.
Dalamut follower in the
And then there's the whole thing for Baja with Sid.
Yeah.
yeah.
There's also Tamtara. Tamtara. I was happy to see them referencing Tamtara because it sucked that they got put into what they were though. Because in earlier Realm Reborn, they got like demoted from being like a central. These guys are a cult that are very, you know, big, especially towards the end of the Calamity. To being, hey, they took over the deep off. They're trying to summon things. Stop them.
I still wish that they were the dude that was writing the Bajja stuff actually had a chance to finish it. He was just like, you know what, it, I don't care. He was basically like, I don't care anymore. So, you know, you get if you want to know what happens, get the field notes. Like, well, I don't want to like go through all of that, all those field notes just to find out what happened in the Bajja
I
incident.
was gonna change my class real quick, but never mind.
I don't want to try and talk over people.
I understand.
Have fun.
I'm really bummed that Boji got so because I knew it was gonna be resolved in a sad way, but I'm so bummed that it got resolved in the sad way because like I really wanted more of like Lions, and I really hope they still continue the story of the 12th Legion.
Because they were setting that boss up to be very important. I just realized that Ray wasn't my cope tank. I'm like, oh no! What I'm doing.
No IMC's go hill. We are two sages with a dream.
I'm still lonely dancer. I'm just dancing by myself.
Since I know our buffs get stacked, Ray, do you want to focus on shielding everybody and I'll focus on the raises and stuff? Or
Yeah,
do
that
you
works
do it
for me.
vice versa? Yeah, please don't stack us. I do not want to die.
I was trying not to.
We're not gonna need to stack just on the delay. Okay, stack. Spread. Oh wait, not yet. On the delay.
Everything's on a delay for this.
I think this one will be the one where it's spread and stack at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Running
which
across
I
the
hate.
counter above your head, move out.
Because I'm not going to get back in time. It was like 20 seconds.
I'm glad I threw up that shield.
I was not going to get back in
No,
time.
you're good. I wasn't blaming you.
Yeah, there's no way you get back in time for it.
That's the only one I don't like is when it's both the spread and stack. I just noticed that Dragoon's name is Juice Wayne.
I think he's related to Juice WRLD.
Maybe.
Saw Xenia Wolfheart, and I was like, oh shit, it's Princess Cena, and then I realized, no, it's not, never mind.
Now she
Really?
Don't move from.
No.
I forgot. Sorry.
What happened?
You're good. I think it didn't do too much damage.
No,
It just
I think
gave
it was
us
only the one.
Evo.
Yeah. I got
Yeah.
screwed.
I think this one will be stack and then spread.
Yep,
So we all
stack
stack
and
and then
spread.
spread together. Oh no, I'm dead.
I'm
Oh,
dead.
we are dead.
You up first.
I stacked and then I saw nobody else come to Sid and I was like, oh, this is
I'm
good.
Crap,
about to
crap,
be knocked
crap.
off. Oh no, okay. It didn't knock me off, okay.
I almost got knocked off.
This is
No.
gonna
Oh,
hurt.
well. I gotta get everybody up first, and then I'll do that.
I was too late on that one.
Oh, we had
Oh, don't look at them.
to look
Oh,
away.
I might have to. I saw that paladin's health go down.
Oh, now I gotta run away. Run away from
Oh,
everybody,
no.
don't look at me!
Oh, I almost got stoned.
He didn't put on his good outfit. He didn't put on his good suit today. Don't look at him. He's a
I
shame.
did. I don't have on. I didn't put on my sunglasses. Jason almost stoned me.
No, he's
Dark
got a
sunglasses.
timer, so now everybody in, but do not look towards that back corner.
Yeah, that's the reason why I came over
Okay.
here.
As soon as you said that, that's exactly what I did. I heard, "Don't look at that back corner," and my character went, "Let's look at that back corner." My brain said, "How about we do?"
Got a couple of them for a minute. Oh,
Then if you stand on one of those, do not move again. So these go off, now everybody's stacked. We're probably gonna need a stacker. Look, you can. Oh, I just got back from it. I don't have it. Stack, then spread. Okay, those with stack markers run away. Should be able to see.
Move. Oh. Whew.
Okay.
I'm giving it to the...
I'm gonna give it to the paladin. He did a good job.
Okay.
He did do a good job.
Also, I just noticed. Did y'all notice that Kaiser and Xenia had the same last name?
I did not.
I did not.
Yeah, Kaiser Wolfheart and Xenia Wolfheart. That they're married.
Possibly.
That is a possibility.
They're related in some way at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know my FC, well, the way my FC works is my leader has a kind of like a clan, but she runs it with her husband.
Oh, that's cool.
She's the FC leader, but he's like the
You know what?
co-leader.
I'll stay this for that.
Oh, we're doing trials.
Yeah.
Let me see, because I don't know if I want to. Oh, never mind. See, just changed to paladin. Okay, I'm good staying gunbreaker. Because I was like, okay, I don't want to do a trial with some random paladin or with some random tank.
No, for pretty much
Randos!
Holly Breaker.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go Dark Knight.
There you go. Death to all.
I still have the achievement to finish, so I'm gonna be
So I
doing
can-
it for anything that's like.
That wall looks comfy. Is that... What
Yeah,
the heck,
Hallie.
Skippy?
I've been a dark.
Yeah, it was way back, like
Why
Back
is
early. I don't. It was during one of the pandemoniums. I don't remember
Uh-huh.
what
I
it was.
remember that.
we should probably tell Skippy to stop giving away secrets.
What about Darkbreaker?
That'd be cool. That sounds
Skip,
Sure.
Skippy, stop giving away secrets.
I just saw a
Uh,
fat cat fly by me.
cool. If
Ray's
you were
not
gonna
necessarily
do
a dark
Pally,
type.
Oh, it's divine.
What would a,
if
what
you
would
were
a,
gonna do a Pally Gunbreaker, I wouldn't call it Pal Breaker.
What are you
I'd call it
talking about?
done it in? That was bad. I'm sorry.
no, I'd call it Daybreaker.
Acre.
Daybreaker.
Who hasn't said yes?
See, you. I'm sure you can probably guess why I went Dark Knight.
Hmm? Gross.
And if
Palbreaker.
not, you're
oh,
right.
wait.
It's innocence.
Oh god.
You can
The
pro-
man himself, the
can
fat
pro-
boy, fat lad.
see.
Kill the
Can
fat man.
see? Can you guess why I went Dark Knight?
Well, that's a cool sword.
Oh, mine.
That's
That is the Shadowbringer's relic weapon.
Sounds so funny. I love it.
This is why I went Dark Knight. See, it's these portraits go away. That's exactly why. Out of my way! I have not been Dark Knight in so long. I'm planning on getting the Mandeville weapons for tank, just to see what they look like.
Go pull those ads. I can focus on him.
Not gonna lie, this was still one of my favorite trials over the Shadowbringers. I really enjoyed this fight.
Yep.
Also,
I like
oh my god, he's hot.
that. Every time I get I get this. That's what I
Blood.
somebody actually said that.
Look away.
Somebody actually said, like, I said that, and then they said it after me. I was like, oh no, he's hot, and then somebody said the same thing.
I also just really like how grotesque watching his back split apart is. It's just like, ugh.
After the cutscene with LSA's friend, that didn't really faze me. I love how when people first get into Shadowbringers and they see that cutscene, people are like, welcome to Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
It's the
I-
definitive entrance.
It-
And you know,
it
it's
really
funny because
is.
Shadowbringers has some of the least character deaths.
Right? As soon as, because that was my reaction too. I was like, I saw that cutscene, and I was like, what in the?
Keep
Well,
attacking.
But literally everybody that witnesses that cutscene, people have an obligation to respond with "Welcome to Shadowbringers."
I think it's
What's
more
weird
like
is
the-
you're supposed to see that cutscene after you go and meet Innocence. Because apparently the official way you're supposed to do it is Alphino is first.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're supposed to do
I really
Alpha
like,
Express first.
Yeah. I found out about that and I'm like, really?
When I
Because
first did my first playthrough of Shadowbringers, I went to see Alphino, and I immediately sent to my free company, does he have a titty on his face? And they were like, yeah. or not a titty on his face, a face on his titty. My brain is not functioning.
You're good.
My
Oh
brain
no,
never-
he's hot! Yes, the line.
I don't think anybody's ever gonna get, at least from our.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Don't be jealous, Skippy.
I don't think. I don't think
I've done
anybody
too much.
from our old FCC, that sounds weird, is gonna ever get over the way Blood said that.
No. Oh
I-
no, he's hot!
Every time I do this, I'm reminded of when I think the extreme version of this, and you had to basically play patty cake with the tank buster. When he does the tank buster. It's a lot more mechanics in the extreme version of this. It's easier, but it's
Oh, yeah.
like a lot of mechanics.
Yeah, it's really funny because like definitively in my
Playing Ring
opinion,
Around the Rosie again.
Somehow I
Innocence is
dodged on
the
him.
easiest extreme I've ever done. Like out of every extreme in this game, Innocence
Well,
is by far the easiest.
uh,
But it makes
The
sense.
few times I've actually done it, it's basically just dodge the AoE because that's almost all he's doing.
Yeah, it's literally just
Yeah,
dodging
and like one patch into the expansion, and his fight was already reduced down to just a couple of minutes worth of battle.
I tried doing the Hades extreme fight.
I love that, Skippy.
Oh my goodness.
Kill the tethered one first. Please.
Oh, where's the tethered one?
I'm at it.
I got you.
Right across the way.
Is the other one?
Yep, go for the tethered one first.
Make sure I got the right one.
One. Over here.
They killed the one that wasn't tethered first. Nice. That's the way.
Well, it
that's
couldn't
the
jump.
way it goes.
Forgiven Bernard.
But yeah, I did the extreme version of Hades, and we couldn't get past Lahabre and we couldn't get past Lahabre and Igorin. We kept
Still hope
dying.
that now that we're going to the 13th, Igorm actually gets lore and character development that isn't outside of the game. She deserves it. She's one of my favorite
Hold on one
Ascians.
sec.
Oh no, I got a solo tank. I still got hit.
Know your place.
I have a line.
What was it? What were you talking to Mom about, see?
She was just saying when I go to the
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Oh no,
you still aggro from
because you had to go. You're welcome to provoke him back.
Oh, this one.
I'm
Okay.
about to get.
right
hit.
I got licked.
I was about to stand right in death.
That's not necessarily a good thing.
Would not recommend.
I still like the new Salted Earth. That I don't have to place it anywhere now.
Yeah.
I like that, but I kind of wish they hadn't have nerfed the all of its abilities.
They're bringing those AoEs right to me. Who has the stack?
Oh, we do have a scholar. Okay.
Yep.
I saw I got embraced, and I'm like, wait, we have a scholar.
Oh, I was about to do it again.
Yeah, he does this several times.
But I was about to stand in the wrong place again.
The ones I really don't like are the ones that just like skip through everything. They do the level jumps. Because then you're really not learning anything. You're not. To me, it's not as
Yeah.
fun.
I think, like, I've skipped on alts, but if I'm going to skip a class, I have to have leveled the class to cap at least once. Otherwise, I can't justify it.
Which one is it? That must have been Summoner. That was kind of cool.
I love Mega Flare. It's so nice. It's a nice animation. I love that summoners get to use Mega Flare, just in general.
I had to give it to the Dragoon. I'm sorry. That was
Here it
awesome.
comes. Yay.
I had got no player comms. Sag.
I hit yes to the invite to teleport to Gordania, and now I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do here, but I can do something. And now I don't remember what it was.
Boys, he wishes he was.
Part of me wishes I could go back and change my main city state. Before this was Valentine's Zodiac, I went through Shadowbringers as an Ardbert.
Mmm.
And now my city state is forever Limsa unless I delete this character, which is never going to happen.
I wish my city state were Limsa since Ray is now a Limson pirate, but when I first started him, he was a gladiator in the arena, and now he's no longer a gladiator in the arena, so every time I warp, I go to Bulldog. I'm like, I don't belong here.
Don't get me
Leave me
wrong.
alone.
Hey, Rare. I see you.
Limsa, for the most part, is alright, but it takes forever for me to load in.
Yeah, because Lim's
That's
usually
fair.
so busy.
That's the only reason why I want to
Okay.
change.
Green. Let's do Alliance next.
Let me see. You know what? We're gonna play with fire today, and I'm gonna do Summoner.
Isn't that the Moogle dance?
Yeah.
That is so weird.
Since my Summoner is a level is 73, what dungeon? What raid do you think we're gonna get?
World of Darkness.
Of
Well,
course.
I'm gonna switch to my Sam real quick. If we're doing that, so Sam, because I need a
Oh God,
level
I
up.
hope not. I'm
Skippy
thinking.
said unscathed. I hope not.
It's gonna be my luck that we get one of the near raids, and I'm like, I haven't healed a near raid.
We
in a long
can't get the
time.
near raids, and we can't
No.
even get Dunscape.
Yeah, no, because
Ah, yeah, they're 80.
Jason
that's
and
right.
I are. Yeah, Jason and I are not leveled. We're
Oh
neither
no,
one
we
of us
could
are
get
high enough.
Dunscape, but we can't get
The near raids.
Yeah,
near
'cause
raids.
we're
Or
not
it could be
80.
Evilise.
Yeah,
hope
we could
not.
do evil.
Not the near raids are 80.
Oh no, we can't do
My
evil
brain
because
wants
I'm
to
not high enough.
So it's probably gonna be it's probably gonna be Dunscape, which will
Or
be our
World of
luck.
Or World of Darkness, which is gonna be my luck, unfortunately.
If it's
It's gonna be
sucker,
Labyrinth of the Ancient.
I hope not. Every time we get
I fully believe.
every time we get Labyrinth of the Ancients, there's always that one person that wants to troll everybody. Every time.
I fully believe that just like Alliance raids roulette is just Crystal Tower roulette.
You know what? I'm gonna when it pops in, I'm gonna close my eyes. I don't want to see what it is because it loads quicker on C stream on my phone than it does on my screen. So I'll see it on hers before I see it on mine. So I'm gonna close my eyes and see what it is, and I'm gonna judge what it is based on everybody's reaction.
I saw Hrothgar in a very cute dress,
Right?
and I was like admiring him, and then he disappeared, and I'm like, where did he go? Come back.
Skippy, don't you mean I hope you done get it?
Oh, jeez.
It would be scathing if we got Dunscape right now.
Oh no.
If we get the raid, I might be done for the night.
Oh jeez.
You guys are stretching.
It's not a stretch, Skippy. Be quiet. That was a good pun, and you know it was. Thank you.
Divine, can you actually read that?
For the longest, the running joke between Victor and Victoria was that they couldn't read. Because they were both in limp. They quiet, Skip. Be quiet, Skip. Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes. Don't tell me what it is. I'll judge based off everyone's reaction.
Quick, everybody do a bad one.
Don't, because then you'll throw me off.
Exactly, that's the point.
And the good music is replaced by...
Labyrinth of the Ancients, as always.
Yep, Labyrinth of the
Why?
Oh my
Why is it
God.
always this hellhole? Why
You
is
couldn't
it
have at
always
least done
this
World of
hellhole?
Darkness.
We have a bard
Why?
whose name is viewing the cutscene.
He's viewing the cutscene, except he's not viewing the cutscene.
Viewing the cutscenes.
I love
Awesome.
it.
Love
I love it.
I
Good
give him
one.
the thing just because of that name.
I'm praying to Heidelin that we have a decent alliance.
Good luck with that one.
Heidelin, please have mercy.
Nope. You don't
Good
get any
luck with that
mercy.
one.
Heidelin, please.
I mean, when you got somebody whose name is literally viewing the cutscene, that says they're a troll.
I hope not, because they're in our party. I really hope we have a decent team.
One of
Heidelin
we have a
is
machine
Under
that's
the
named
Ancient
Connie.
that we could have to run Labyrinth of the Ancients over and over again.
Let's see if I get blocked out this time, because every time I do this, I get blocked out. I have to wait.
You know how Heidelin said, henceforth you shall walk? That's how this feels.
Sorry, she's
Friends
in a
walk.
meeting.
When she said that she shall walk, I didn't.
Giddy
She
up.
meant literally.
What? That's a. We have some. There's somebody in the raid named Chocolate Giddy Up. I'm confused.
He's into some things, don't judge him.
I mean, is
Still
that like a
don't know.
new fetish that I don't know about? I mean, come on. Chocolate
I
Giddy
mean,
Up.
since tapioca exists, I wouldn't be surprised.
Stop judging.
I'm not trying to judge. Just confused. That's it. I'm trying to understand, not judge.
We're not
There's a
supposed to
difference.
understand. We're not supposed to understand, Jason.
Apparently.
We're supposed to just run with it. Besides, his name is the tamest compared to some of the names that I've seen.
I mean,
I'm not just
Yeah,
talking
you're-
about. I'm not just talking about Final Fantasy.
No, I've seen some pretty out there names. I know. I used to play Star Wars and I used to play WoW, so
Yep,
I
me too.
understand there's some pretty out there names.
You're talking to an 8-year Star Wars: The Old Republic veteran. I've seen some names.
10 years.
Okay.
You can't understand. You can't. Oh my gosh.
Wait,
Skippy.
Skippy, do you need a nap?
No, he's just going for the trolls right now.
Why is it called the oven if you out the oven? I love that meme. Just why is it called oven if you
Why
out?
is it called oven if you of the hot food and in the cold food? Yes, I saw that, and I was like, I saw somebody play that. They were like, if they die, they would have to play that that meme.
There's someone in one of the alliances whose name is just Cone.
Cone. Hey, he might
is a
be
Cone.
an old that might be my old FC member. And does he have the as his first name?
No, his name is Con
Just
and
Cone.
then E with an apostrophe.
Oh, because if his name was the Cone, I would have been like, and if he has like a literal cone on his head, I would have been like, that's my old FC member.
Yeah, I've seen Connie, which is how I pronounced it. That's how I understood that. It's the machine. It's the machinist in A. He has. His name is literally Con E.
On E.
Yeah.
He's Con E Senna. He's the seed seer.
If she became a machinist.
Yeah.
He's the seed seer. He's like the seed seer we have at home, you know?
We have Connie Sin at home. Connie Sin at home. Just her as a machinist.
On A, but she decided, you know what? I'm tired.
I'm
She was
just-
like, I'm a healer, but
Right, she was literally that meme. She's like, I'm a healer, but today, not today. Have y'all seen that video on YouTube where the dude was like, he's like, oh, call an ambulance, and then he pulls out a gun. He's like, but not for me.
yeah, the old folks self-defense video is so funny.
And name her. Stop, please, no. Skippy, no. Dot. Basically, he said hot potato, but dot potato. Hot potato.
I tried to use my Icarus to get further
You're good.
ahead, but I accidentally Icarus to someone who was behind me, and I'm like, damn.
Is that
Going
like
back
that really
to
old
Disney.
cartoon that was like back in the 2000s? What was it? The Adventures of...
William
Oh,
and
come on, can I get there? Can I get there in time?
I can't
All right,
remember the name of that freaking thing.
All right, let's make a plan. Who's gonna stay on the platform?
I'll stay on the platform.
As a healer, I will be here.
hurry. Oh,
We all made it, just barely. Oh, except for that poor guy. Ava Luna didn't make it to their team.
Well, this is gonna end well.
I know the one I'm thinking of. Gosh dang it. I'm gonna look it up.
It'll come to you. Don't worry.
at 3 o'clock in the morning.
You'll just
We're
wake
trying
up.
to sleep.
Yeah, you'll wake up at the middle of the night and be like, "That's what it was." Oh, was I not supposed to do that?
Today was
Bobo
supposed to
Bo,
be
Bo,
good.
Bo, Bo, Bo.
Oh,
It's that one with all those guys with the really weird hairstyles.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was back in like the 2000s, and it was like, what the heck?
Okay, that went a little better than last time.
God.
think I watched a grand total of like 5 minutes of that show, and then I turned it off.
You were like, "That's enough for me. That's 5 minutes too much. That's 5 minutes
I
too
mean-
many."
Did anybody ever seriously watch that show?
I've
I
heard.
I only
I-
watched it when it popped up on my TV. Like, to be honest with you, like, I
You
was
didn't even
sitting
really pay
bored.
attention, did you?
Nah.
Is it an anime? Is it an anime? Because I've heard of an anime
No, it
called.
was a. Well, it was supposed to be an anime, but it was really kind of more of just a manga. Or not manga, but just a really Americanized cartoon.
Yeah, it was
I've-
a very Americanized anime.
And it was ridiculous as all heck. I think I can hit him then. Can
Why does
I?
this?
No, I can't hit him.
Why does this dude over here have a
And
The-
now,
the -1? At the,
I don't
the
know about the negative one. I'm trying to figure that one out myself.
No, this they're not in our alliance, but somebody marked them with the don't attack. They're just standing there.
Might be DC'd.
Maybe. But yeah.
Or
that-
like the ignore target icon.
Maybe. Maybe because they want to be ignored. I don't know.
It's
Or
just
like
They
C
really
said,
don't
they
want to deal with them.
DC'd.
probably. I mean, they're not in our alliance, so I guess I shouldn't worry about it.
What were you saying, Ray?
I don't even remember.
You don't even remember. Oh, great. That's just
Right.
We're
perfect,
having
ain't
a
it?
lot
I
of
didn't
people
take my
talking over
ADHD
me.
medicine today, okay? My brain doesn't run when I don't take my ADHD medicine. I'm malfunctioning too great.
Your brand.exe has stopped working.
I'm also running on like less than 5 hours of sleep for the past 5 days.
Oof. Get
That's
some
not
sleep,
good,
man.
dude. You need to sleep.
I wish I could.
Oh, you're having one of those days, huh? Or weeks, I guess, would be the appropriate term.
Yeah, I have my insomnia under control, but like my medicine wasn't filled when it was supposed to be, so now I'm just like no sleep. Even if I try to sleep, it's no sleep.
It's just an all-night party, and not in the best way.
Like before I went into work yesterday, I was laying in bed for like 5 hours, and I opened my eyes, looked at my clock, and was like, okay, I haven't slept.
That worked
I may or
relatively well.
or may not know what I'm doing as summoner.
Well, I can say
Buttons
not if
do
you're standing
damage.
behind me.
Yeah, that's probably where I'm messing up.
When I play summoner, I just press buttons and do damage and hope. I learned the summoner rotation a long time ago, and they changed it, and now I'm just like, I really don't feel like relearning it.
I hear it's pretty brain dead now.
Yeah, it's like it's got the least amount of hotbar space taken up, I think, of almost any class besides maybe warrior.
Machinist has less abilities now too.
Wait, you mean warrior has a rotation? It's not just all fell cleave?
Just unga bunga.
Hit boss, win.
It's one of the big things I keep hearing from people. Is it's like it's
You-
fell cleave and fell cleave and
Right,
fell
it's-
cleave.
it's-
and I'm like,
it's-
I
right,
think there's
it's-
one more to it.
I miss the days of running 8 Felk just because I could. I miss them so much.
Oh, I need to get away from
There was a point. There was a point when you could do. I think it was
Wait,
12 Felker leaves in a row in its prime.
Of course, warrior has a rotation. It's called what's a healer? Fur.
Right, that's what
Ash.
that's what I was about to say.
how you doing?
I was literally about to be like, I'm the healer now.
a proponent for warrior.
Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. That was almost a game over for me.
Almost. You know, if the comet was really that big, I don't think we would be surviving that hit.
No.
Even if we were behind rock.
Well, if we did if we did Ruby Weapon, then yeah, we would be smushed. Cause she drops a whole planet on us basically.
Yes, yes, she does.
I love that fight so much.
Ruby weapon.
Out of all the Garleans, besides Gaius, good old Nail is always my favorite.
Is
I really
it
like her story because I don't know if you guys know it, but the Nail that we see, the female Nail, isn't actually Nail Vendarnis. Nail Vendarnis
it's her
was
brother.
incredibly sick and died, and she didn't want to let her brother disappear into obscurity.
I'm in the wrong spot.
Really?
Somebody-
This healer
somebody-
is-
somebody like they were like, forget the cutscene, let's just fight.
It's the healer, the freaking sage in our. well,
Yeah,
sage.
Regal.
Didn't I say it would be one of them? It's always somebody.
He
He's
re-upped
pulled consistently.
I'm okay
I'm
with that.
keeping
If
my
he's
mouth
under
shut.
10%, go for it. That's sweet, but only if he's there, and we have to like seriously make sure he gets up for it.
I'm not saying anything this time because last time they were like,
Oh,
That was
Oh,
kind of
I was hoping he'd get caught. Oh, did I say that out loud?
yes,
I should have
That's okay.
rescued him back in.
yes, you
That's
should
fine.
have.
Then you'd be out 2 healers, and like I feel bad.
But you were like, if I'm going, you're coming with me.
Yep. That's what you should do if you ever get too late to go back. Just yeah, I'm just gonna take you with me.
Somebody get these claws off me.
Sorry, Ninja Tanker.
Oh no!
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
You are taking.
Oh crap.
Oh, he's under 10. We can get this. Oh, if more of us were out there, we would have made it.
Yeah, that's because I died. I was seized.
You're fine.
Oh.
He was literally
bad,
under 10.
dude.
I was fine with that. He was at like 8%. We could have made it.
Dude, Alex, that was bad, man.
I was
Seized,
so
really.
Look, I wasn't even planning that
He
one.
was-
That
He
that
was
one,
trying to let it go under the radar.
that one was
Gas,
not
you're
even.
laughing at me. How's it going, Gas?
Jason, that was not planned for real.
Hey, I was
I would-
committed.
I-
I stayed out there right when I looked up there. I was like, oh, yeah, we can do this. Stay out here. No. It's a deal.
I did not.
I saw almost
I
all
went
of the
out.
Alliance A start running, and I was like, okay, I'll go try. But I knew it wasn't gonna.
Please.
It was gonna end well.
Did the sage pull
This,
the
this
boss
healer.
again?
Yes.
He pulled the boss again, didn't he?
And this, the freaking warrior has a boner for being mean.
He's trying to see who has the bigger weapon.
He's trying to figure out if he has
He's
Bunga
just
energy
compensating,
enough to
that's it.
control.
Wait,
Nah,
why
he's
am-
just
hey guys,
compensating, that's all.
Did the claw target you?
Yes.
So I saw it grab someone up there, and I was like, wait, that's the tank.
Well, at least you don't have
He's
to go far.
going.
I'm just trying to figure out someone there and not die.
Okay, if we get 10% or less, please.
Oh no. It got me again.
Got you.
We actually can do this.
I think he's above 10.
No, he's not.
Yeah, but everybody's
Got it.
disappearing. Got it.
Whew. Hey, I hit level 74.
I'm gonna give him the calm.
I'm gonna give it to the bard. I don't. That healer was
I give it
beyond-
to the guy who named himself viewing the cutscene. So
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's how I gave mine too.
That one got mine. Let's give it to the other healers.
I don't
I
know
wasn't
what.
giving
the-
it to the other healer, but I liked that name. That's the main reason why I gave it to him.
Yes.
I
How
don't
you
know
doing,
what that
Gas?
healer was
Long
doing.
time no chat, man.
Hey guys, how you doing, man? Oh my gosh, the ancient flare out of nowhere!
Right.
Yep.
Jason, are you still streaming too?
Yeah, I am.
How goes your prog?
Technically, I'm not supposed to be streaming tonight because I usually take Mondays off, but oh well.
Right. What's next?
I was gonna do Monster Hunter, but it's getting late enough that I'm not gonna bother switching. I promise
mad.
tomorrow will be Monster Hunter.
I'm
That's
mad
interesting.
because my umbrella didn't enable, and then
I
it's
think
raining
I'm-
in Charlian.
I think I'm actually
Expert.
gonna. Yeah, I'll stay. Oh, brain. I can't brain.
Bang.
I need to go back up. Hang on.
Commit or die, only choice. I know.
If we do
No.
expert, I'll switch.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do next.
Let's see.
He ate us, phase 2 currently, and got the nice.
'Cause if we
Right.
get Lapis or Troya, I'm getting that. I am determined to get that chest piece for Reaper. I don't care how many times
Me.
I don't
Oh,
care how many
okay.
times I gotta run it.
I'll do that.
I need to get back to
Then
my uwu
apparently we
prog.
got-
I miss doing my uwu prog.
Jokes on you, Skippy. We have a party full of friends. So no troll unless Race decides to do something dumb. Sorry to oranges. Hey, look.
Listen, I used to have a macro that was like 3 paragraphs long of an RNGesus prayer that I would use every now and then.
And did it work?
No. In fact, it pushed me so far into the bad that I just like I no longer get what I look for in dungeons or anything. I'm still
Switch
so
to
sad
Scholar
that
and we
my
got
last-
this. Wow.
It really wants to test your reflexes.
A test of your reflexes.
I
I
know
didn't
this
change my
fog-
glam, so now Ray is full pirate, but with the 2D bobs.
I mean, my character looks like he came out of a pirate story, doesn't he?
That wasn't
Yes.
my intention.
He's just missing the sword. That's it.
You can probably guess where Valence gets his inspiration from. While I was trying to get the stuff from Euphrosyne.
Okay,
Okay, hang on. I gotta focus on healing.
it would
Because
be
I let
appreciated.
C get a little too low.
Also, I didn't help myself out. That was partially my fault, but also
I do need to pay attention.
When in doubt, hollow ground.
yep.
To see if I did it.
When in doubt, just drop swords on them, you know?
sorry about that, C.
Skippy said, wait, healers need to pay attention since when?
Not
One of
everybody.
these-
I'm not that good of a healer yet, Skippy. Otherwise, I might agree with you.
I want to see how many times. I want to try and do this as many times as possible because I do want to eventually get a better rating with that second fight.
I know, right? I'd
That's-
love to figure out how
Seen
that
up
would
to
work.
Drusilla rank,
I
but I've
saw
only seen
some.
Drusilla rank in trusts. I've never seen it outside of trusts.
Yeah, I saw somebody do it with Trust and they got like a high rating. They're like, have you been fighting with Drusilla?
Yeah, the highest rating I think you can get is the Drusilla rank, but I've only seen it via trusts so far from almost anyone that I've watched try to go for it.
Is it like don't get hit by any of her mechanics? Or speed? Get a
When
better
I did
rating.
it seemed like it was mechanics because I don't think I got hit by anything, and I know none of the trusts did.
So you basically have to. It's basically one of those challenges where, like in Genshin Impact, where you have to do stuff without getting hit.
Mhm.
I still remember in Stormblood when they did the Temple of the Fist and you fight the second boss and he judges your time. I remember doing that and watching so many parties fail, and I hit one party that did it perfectly, and we
That's-
still got a lower ranking, and everyone was like, "What?"
That's why this looks so familiar to me, because I was like, oh, they did that in Temple of the Fist too. The first time I saw
Yeah,
it.
but that guy doesn't grade you as harshly.
Yeah,
His
he only
commentary is
grades you
mainly, I
based
know
on
you can do
time.
better.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not mad, just
Yeah, this one's
disappointed.
just like, this lady is just like, the Void Scent
She-
would not fear you.
She, right?
Yeah.
She's
a
like,
lot more harsh in her judgments.
right? She's like, you suck so bad that not even the voice sin are interested in you.
Yeah.
She's literally
Imagine
like,
being a Reaper and being told the Void Scent wouldn't like you.
right? She's basically like this, and you defeated Xenos, really? You can't even pass my trial, but you somehow killed Xenos.
Yeah.
And it's just embarrassing as a Reaper. You just give Drusilla back your job stone. You never picked up Reaper, just ever.
Well, technically that's true for me, so.
Still want to find out. I still want to see, because I know literally everybody has picked up Reaper, but I want to see, not here, but like pretty much everyone that's done, that did Reaper. I want to see what happens, because there's that one of them makes to you if you've done Reaper, and I want to see if that comment is still there if you've never picked up the class.
Well, I have like
When you-
3
you
ults
could
that
have
I'm going to be
grown
doing here, and one of them I might not.
If you're talking about the one where you go to the Garla mold and they talk about, like when Euless mentions who trained
Yeah.
you, stuff like that, it doesn't appear if you don't have Reaper unlocked, but if you have Reaper picked up, it counts it.
This side, I believe?
Well,
does the
he's
smash?
going to toss the stuff, so wait for it. And then now we go.
Because I know that if you're a healer in Stormlight, the first time Xenos shows
Oh,
up,
yeah.
they try to get you to heal. They're like, help me heal. You're a healer, heal. Like,
Yeah.
I can't in this cutscene. I wonder if they'll try to incorporate that in the future, like whatever,
Other classes.
yeah, whatever class you are, they'll actually let you. Oh crap!
That was almost me.
I
was
I
still so upset
literally
because in Heavens where I was a healer main, so like watching the scene where Harshafont is like dying on the ground and I'm just like, please, just let me use Cure, please.
Let me save him.
well.
Me when
now
I
know.
I was doing Prague of DSR with one of my groups, and we were like, all right, we're gonna save him, and then we
And
did.
then-
We still
and-
haven't. We aren't there yet.
you get to find out you do get to find out what happens if you do save them. It basically even worse. Going
Yeah,
to
Thornton becomes even
Yeah,
worse.
you basically enter a multiverse of the worst timeline ever.
I hope at some point we get a game that's in the Final Fantasy series that's just like all the Cids meeting, and we just get into this verse.
The game
I want to see
the game would actually
all the Final Fantasy Cids.
the game would actually destroy itself. Too many Cids in one place, it wouldn't be able to handle it.
I really like to imagine that like you got all these spunky, ready to fight Cids, and then you see
Wow.
fucking Final Fantasy 15 Cid, and he's just like, my back, leave me alone. I want to go home.
He's like, I didn't.
I don't think you
He's
can
like-
do. Well, you also got the headmaster Sid from FFA, so he's
Yeah.
not gonna be doing a whole lot of fighting either.
Would
I just
would
want,
you,
like a group of Cids that are just like in the background, like, you guys can deal with it. We're over here.
everybody's played Kingdom Hearts, right?
Yeah.
Would Yin Sid be considered a Sid?
I don't think it would be.
Also,
Nah, Yen Cid is just Disney.
yes. I was gonna say,
Like,
Yeah, it's
Disney.
just Disney backwards.
I know. But what if?
Also, I have
Final
a distinct
Fantasy, but
feeling that there's
Yin
some
Sid is
Cids
Sid.
that would just smack some of the other Cids. Just like, shut
Right.
up, go away.
Right.
I keep imagining the Fantasy 7 Cids at Hidewind would just look at some of the other non-combat Cids and say, you're a disgrace.
I
Right.
don't think he'd ever
he's
say
just
that to 14 Cid, though. Garland is pretty good.
Oh my
think he did
goodness.
wrong.
Oh my lord. Alright. I was looking for it and I didn't see it.
Man, still no main chest. I like.
I'm mad at
One more
myself.
gap.
In the words of Jen Ortega, it's such a cruel world.
I get through almost the entire thing and then at the very end I
You're just like, it's just like that's enough luck out of you.
apparently.
Not a lot of nice things.
Ooh, me, Jason or me, Skippy. I'm telling you, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you guys. Every time I'm on the game, they know I'm on
Everyone.
the game. They know I'm on the game. It's like they can tell I'm on the game, trying to get these glam pieces, and they're like, not today. Sorry, try again.
Okay, so if the
You know-
Pantheon gear glows, or at least some of them does, why can't they go into a dark place and have it pre-lit?
Good, like
No.
glow in the dark.
Imagine having a little glow around you. That's like the expeditioner's coat.
I
I
mean,
use it all
the
the time.
fairy glows, so I'm wondering why you can't use it as. Oh, I just had a weirdness.
It's just like, oh, we don't have
My
a
screen's just turned off and back on.
I just popped hollowed ground. Are you shitting?
The tick.
and
Well,
apparently I'm the tank
it's like-
now.
I rezzed
I
you.
was-
I rezzed you.
And then I got clapped. They ate me.
And I go down.
It said, oh, you're trying to hollow ground? I don't think so.
Man, I'm
You're about to be in the ground.
You pop the hollowed ground, so they're interring you in the hollowed ground.
Right?
You're a paladin. Every ground you're interred in is hollowed.
Okay, that was that actually was a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
Well, I
I'm mad at myself right now.
They grounded you.
But yeah, like the expeditioner's coat has that little lantern that glows on the back of it, and I always hope that when I enter a dark place, I'll just have a little bubble of glow, but I never do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why weren't you allowing me to... There! Get that, then that. Hit that.
Divine said, "This is why you play war. You don't need a party."
Yeah.
I mean, she can probably do better without me at this point.
You good? I'll have our off
No,
game.
I'm far from good right now.
Back. Jason, we're saying it's okay. Can you stop trying to take it negatively?
Sorry. So... Yeah, I know, I just need practice, because it's been forever since I actually played Scholar. But I was hoping it wouldn't take this long to get back to my usual chains for Scholar. And that's really kind of how you gotta view Scholar, as it uses chains instead of actually just straight up heals, which is why it's more of a prep healer. I also gotta remember that higher level dungeons, I want to focus more on healing and less on damage.
Yes, considering a lot of the stuff in here is just
Yeah.
Yeah, this dungeon just
Yep.
where it's still current and the gear isn't fully up. Like, you know, we normally when you start getting into higher level tome gear after it'll get better, but like where it's still current, it's rough.
Kind of middling gear as opposed to what's attacking us.
The Reaper is 6'10", and I still struggle in this dungeon.
Yeah,
That's how I feel when I tank. I'm like,
most of my Scholar gear is... Actually, no, my Scholar gear is above 600.
I was struggling. It's one of the reasons. One of the reasons why I still don't like the Barber Reacher fight, because I had my Reaper was at proper gear level, and I was still getting wiped the floor with. I had a very hair-raising experience.
it just puts you in a hairy situation.
You guys gotta stop stressing for this, come on.
That was a good pun. Those two were good puns.
I'll
All
agree
I
to
need is
disagree.
for Ash to jump into the voice chat and start throwing his dad jokes around.
Now that's just cutting below the belt, see. Besides, you know Ash would probably take the opportunity.
Maybe.
Sure, he would.
He'd take it as an invitation.
It's up to him. He may not.
He might not.
I mean, I'm not against it.
Wrong button. That one.
You don't need any invitation when you are the party. You're not wrong. Alright, y'all ready?
Let's see how well we do. Let's see how well we do.
Out.
Oh, shit. Missed it. Holy cow, she does that much? Wow. Nope, nope.
Oh, oh, oh. I probably popped that too early.
Okay, everybody pick your side. We need one per side. Oh wait, no.
Why did I do that?
Middle. Okay.
No.
Middle. And just stay here. There you go. Like picturing it on one here,
I think this is the one.
I think so
Yeah,
too.
this is the one.
Eat the other one. Okay.
She was like, that was easy. Now here comes the real test.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dang it.
You need to be right at the edge, Jason.
I know. I thought I was, and I wasn't. I just misjudged where I was. Probably because I had my screen angle too low.
In the middle. And then
Middle,
when
middle, and then
It jumps past to 2 we want to go, right? Or no, it'd be 4. Nope, it was
Oh,
2.
no.
Oh gosh, dang.
that's a lot of doom.
Right. Asuna.
We're doomed.
Asuna. Come on,
Thank
Asuna.
you.
Hey, I got everybody.
that was a bad one. The right concept. Wrong execution.
We're about to get a 12 again.
I think the highest I've gotten in a party has been up to a 7 now.
I don't remember what I got on my first one. And I did that as a trust.
I don't think I've ever done this as a trust.
I might have to do this as a trust just to see if I can get a higher level,
So on 3.
a higher rank.
So it's 1, 2.
Over here.
This way.
Oh, that was
Oh, yeah,
too
we
slow.
ran up there first, that'd have been fine.
Yeah, if you ran towards that area, you would have been fine right from the get-go.
Yummy tank buster.
They taste so good.
What's it taste like?
I like to imagine they're like, I don't know, Jolly Ranchers probably, like orange Jolly Ranchers. I miss those things. They stopped selling them. The orange flavor of Jolly Rancher was by far the best flavor they released, and then they stopped, and now I'm sad.
What's that? Out.
So, we're gonna want to immediately go towards warm, alright? After... Oh,
doggone it again.
And then
Wow, I made all the
I
wrong
was
decisions.
right on
up
the
there.
edge of that too. That was fun. That was bad. Literally right on the edge.
I'm tempted to pull the LB.
Get that one. There we go. Maybe, yes. Interesting. See, so 3 1's over there. Okay, I know how to do this one.
So this one we go back to where we were.
Yeah. After she does that one, now move, and then just go this way. Wrong button.
Okay.
Ranking 12 again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We ate a lot, so that only makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to try and do this as a trust.
Also, you get a better feel for it sometimes. That's why I do it as a trust at least once, because you get to watch the mechanics get done. Even if they're not attacking it takes longer. You can see the mechanics being done the way they're supposed to be.
I used to do. I used to just run through it as trust. It was. I think it was a certain dungeon in Walker that I was just like, this is too difficult for me. So I'm just gonna party finder it. Or pug it.
You can do this and this. This.
I think it was when I tried to do the Heidelin trial as a trust, as a Reaper. It was when I was like, let me just queue up for it. Because I could not figure out the mechanics.
Every time I do that with trusts. Because I run off to the side to, like, spread, and he's like,
Yeah.
alright, I'm gonna go stand now.
Yeah, because only Ishtola can see the attacks. That's like the only one. That's like the only time like you can't really follow the computers for it because they don't know what they're doing.
I think I have that hard of
I had to do it as a paladin, and I just barely got through it.
My parry will help you stay alive, see?
He's put you on a leash, don't let him lie to you.
No, she's keeping the fairy on a leash. That's what it is.
Fair enough.
I actually like that Aether Pact ability. That is actually a really cool ability.
Why do they keep denying me what I want?
That's really funny. I always picture my character. If that thing said that, she goes, "No, Xenos hit harder than you did."
But yeah, with the backstory of Sid, going back to that whole thing. I know you guys were apparently talking about it earlier. thing I told everybody is he has a younger adopted sister.
Was that the character I saw when you,
Yeah.
Kayla?
Yeah, that's his younger adopted sister.
Jason.
Ah, heals. I stop forgetting my heals. I'm playing healer and I'm forgetting my heals. This is not good.
That was me the other day. I did 50, 60, 70, 80 as Sage, and I got Alamigo, and the tank pulled, and I'm just sitting here like, why is the tank dying? Why isn't the healer healing him? And then I looked at myself and like, wait a minute.
Oh, he was like, wait a minute. You were like, wait a minute.
Oh yeah.
You're the
I'm
healer, dude!
Why isn't the
It
healer?
was-
Oh.
It was a literal heal. Why isn't the healer adjusting? Oh, I am the healer. I need to adjust.
It's that moment when.
It was the first time in a long time that I had a healer who did the full big pull at the very end of Alamigo, where it's like those 4 little ad groups that you can pull together. And I was like, I haven't healed this in so long. I'm just gonna suffer. Don't worry about me.
Because while we're on that topic, because I know they're gonna do the duty support for Stormblood. Who do you think is gonna be in our party for that? Like the NPCs?
I really hope that Pippin is. I really hope.
Same. I want that.
And for that,
He was just
Take
given to.
and while we're on that topic,
Taro.
Sataru. And as a follow-up, who do we think we're gonna get in the party for the Gimlet Dark?
I'd hope Gosatsu.
It would have. I know Ian will have to be there because you're part of. the
Yeah,
crew.
Lise probably.
Ray, why did
well, I
you
don't know if
randomly
Lise-
put what's all this in my...
I realized you were streaming, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go.
All right. Well, yeah.
And
that's
I
what-
really need to get that sound fixed, because I put it sound for when people put things in my stream and it's not activating.
I have to.
So am I the only one
Yes,
that
probably.
loves that cutscene where Pippin's all like, "Let no man say we forgot to knock."
I love how like you see Pippin grow into an actual proper war general over time.
Uh-huh.
You think him and Tataru are gonna get together?
That would be awesome.
That's
I
what
think
they're.
But I,
I think
Something
if
about something
anyone's
like
gonna
that.
get with Tataru, it would be Wedge.
Uh-huh.
He
yeah,
got the hot one
Wedge.
real fucking hard.
he does.
He's
I mean,
down
come back
over.
to ARR. We gotta go save Tataru. I mean, the rest of them.
He's the literal definition of being down bad.
Yeah.
He's hardcore.
He's hardcore for Tataru.
Okay.
I see Tataru getting into a relationship with Wedge just specifically because he has connections to the Ironworks, and she's like, I can get into the coffers of the Ironworks this way.
Right. Am I safe here? Let's see.
It's like healing.
I was. Skippy said Tataru mine.
Sorry, Wedge, Tataru's taken.
Yep.
There was also that
Skippy, you're
early
gonna
in A Realm Reborn who's like talking about the maidens that they captured, and he's like, what? The blonde-haired Midlander? No, the Lalafell.
Oh my god. Skippy, you're going to be very disappointed when they actually say that she's the boss, the final boss of the game.
Funny and so worth it too.
That was
Not
always bad for
just
me.
because of Skippy. It would be so worth it. It's just
I
like
still love that.
the one person you never thought was gonna be the
that would make it
boss.
even more reasons to have it that way, but
Honestly, at that point, I wouldn't be surprised.
No,
I
I
still
wouldn't be
love how
surprised.
in the
just a couple
the
of
trial, or the little. I love in the Four Lords quest line when you have to do the solo instance. Tataru just chases you the whole time.
Funny story
Why
about
is he
that.
running away? I'm trying to escape.
Funny story about that. I actually accidentally. It was on accident. I actually killed her, and I didn't fail to do the instance. I guess her death doesn't count.
Yeah, she
failure.
just sort of passed out, and then she becomes an old lady for like.
All of 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Why'd Shivali turn that away?
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
oh, that was my bad.
Since Skippy brought up the couple's quarrel, was that how Sierra felt about Xenos?
Not initially.
That does bring up a question of how Xavier is going to feel having to fight his father at the end of Endwalker.
That's gonna be an interesting one.
He'll probably not even Xenos will probably be like, good. Ouch.
I like to imagine that it's just a legitimate test of his reflexes.
Let's see how far
Right.
you've come. This is a true test of your reflexes.
Because I don't die that easily. Actually, my character is probably the easiest to kill out of everybody.
Ray has almost died so many times just because, for one, I have shittiest luck when it comes to like combat rolls.
I'm about to get
Consistently,
hit.
he gets his ass handed to him like all the time. But he's just like he's gone through so many near-death experiences at this point that he might as well just be invincible.
Right.
All of a sudden, I'm thinking of Lavina.
Ouch.
And I just went down. I'm really hoping you guys don't beat me.
I might
Wait, I
actually
forgot
get
that's the
got.
target.
I might actually get got here. All it'll take is just one Wii and I'm out.
Oh, thank God.
Blood soak? Or bloodbath?
Yeah.
That should help mitigate some of it.
C just hit me with the clemency.
Okay.
If I keep doing that,
Good
then
joke.
that's not gonna be good for me.
That'll
Helping my healer friend through Troya, I remember he died to like one of the earlier mechanics of Scarmiglione, and I was like, alright, I'll be the healer then.
Who, me?
But he healed the whole party the entire way through Scarmiglione.
Oh God.
I love flying
Someone
pilots.
seen
just
C
because-
try to solo Scarmiglione.
Yeah, me too. I actually want to be in the party when she does it.
Anyway. I was trying.
Alright.
I didn't
I
have the
need to think
MP
now.
left.
Alright, Ray, I guess we're at the tanks now.
Good luck with
I
that.
don't
mean,
think
how
I'm
much
gonna
health
last
does he
very
have
long.
left?
I may have a sword, but I'm squishy.
I'm gone.
No, it's just Ray. Ray, can you do it?
I'm all alone.
No, Ray's,
Owie!
Ray's
No,
gonna
it hurt.
He
You got
hits like a
bloodbath,
freight
dude.
train.
He
Ray's
does
gonna
hit like a freight train.
Ray's is gonna get hit.
Owie.
Yep.
My third eye
I do
couldn't
want to
save
do
me.
that again, and now that I'm getting
I-
more used to this new way Paladin will work, I think I could probably pull it off. Not right now though.
I
Right. see
I
what
think
it.
the last time I tried soloing Scarmiglione with the new paladin changes, I almost did it from post ad phase. I haven't tried it before ad phase yet. Except
Will
I
you
didn't do enough
stop,
damage to the
Divine?
ads in time.
Divine said hashtag war would have soloed that. He's trying to tell you something, see.
That you should do warrior.
So,
Maybe you're,
here's
maybe
the
you're on the
thing.
wrong tank.
Okay, great. Ash and Divine have forever been trying to get me to play Warrior more often.
It's fun now.
I mean, warrior
saying.
is Stormblood.
But then
I
again,
miss
that's
the
what people
days
said
of-
about Reaper, but I wasn't that thrilled with it.
Yeah, Reaper still has its ups and downs. Oh, I'm literally playing the class.
I like
reverse
Reaper,
ammo
but
for
once you
Reaper.
get down to it, once you get really good with Reaper, it becomes one of the more brain-dead melee DPS, and it legitimately, when I do, like, extremes and stuff now, I just get so bored that I stop focusing on what I'm doing, and then I die, and I'm like, oh, wait, mechanics.
I know when people were doing P4S, Tequila Shots was doing it as a Reaper. Somebody was doing it as a Reaper. So,
Alright.
I'm still trying to get familiar with Reaper.
I have to refamiliarize myself with actually popping stuff.
Alright, let's see if I can avoid these AoEs.
That probably would have helped me on that one. I'm not over this way.
Dang it. I did that wrong.
Watch where the bubbles are up above.
Yeah, I completely forgot about his ground pound. I swear I'm not normally this bad.
But on the bright side, you're in a party of friends, so we're not gonna kick you from the party.
No, I'm just trying not to berate myself. It
Don't do
really
that.
has been a while since I've played this particular class.
Yeah, don't do
Yeah,
that.
and, like,
Don't be like me. Don't do that.
Scholar in particular is one of, at least in my opinion, is one of the most difficult healers to get used to again, especially after a long time of not playing it. It's just, it's so much to consider and think about. This is gonna hurt. Ow. My
Ouch.
bones.
This isn't gonna work.
My bones. My poor little Sam bones.
Hey, how do you think I feel? Would you be able to survive his attack if you hollowed grounded? We're about to find
I
out.
think it keeps their
Let's
attention
see.
going.
I doubt it though.
You did it too early.
I did. But it didn't matter.
And the answer is no.
It had 1 second left.
It really does kill
Yeah, I
him.
think it keeps the attention going.
Good
Yeah.
wife.
I heard the sound of the gauge fill up, and I was like, oh.
Don't matter anymore.
Hollowed ground. Nope.
Could have tanked
Do you
when it
think
broke.
we could get off the limit break if somebody hit it like right at the beginning? There's the 1 bar limit break right here.
With no range DPS, I don't think we'd be able to get it off before it resets.
Nope.
Nope. Because my machine is just. I didn't
Unless
go
we use
bard.
a
'Cause
healer or a tank limit break.
I was gonna go bard,
I don't think
but
the
I
healer
was.
one would be worth anything, would it?
Nah. But you can use it.
Just for fun.
Yeah, it's just a healing win. Which, granted, if a lot of people are low on health, that's not a bad one to have, but still.
Yeah,
That's why you
healer
wait for
LB
the-
is usually saved for at least 3 enough heal shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless
I
you.
remember when Bard used, like, around Reborn, I remember being a Bard and getting into parties with another Bard, and we'd be like, well, no melee, or no DPS limit break, because we had the same healer limit break. So we'd get to bosses, and we'd be like, well, that limit break bar looks nice.
I love the bard LB3. Rain down a chorus of arrows and then bow like a boss.
That's actually kind of
And
cool.
to be proud.
It, like bard is literally a showy class.
It really is.
I love it. That's why I'm always gonna be a bard main.
I started this game as a
Giant
Bard.
satellite turret. I mean, you're not wrong.
No skipping. Sagittarius arrow always. Fight me on this.
I'm just gonna sit right here. Come on, get out of there, get out of there. I'm trying to not die. Ah. Let myself go too long. Can I just... I've done this before. What the hell?
Not as a scholar, you haven't.
Say, I don't know if Hollow Ground is, I think it resets. So you could probably use Hollow Ground. Oh wait, never mind. I thought it was still targeting you with the stack. I was gonna say you could use Hollow Ground to stack, but no. It chose to kill the DPS instead. I see how it is, Scarmiglione.
We lose. This is not Scarmiglione. Scott Nazar, you're confusing your 4 fiends.
Not Scarmiglione. I am confusing my 4 fiends. My brain is scrambled. 5 hours of sleep.
No, wait, this is another GG.
Might have worked if I hadn't let myself...
Just about,
get
too.
killed.
I wish the ground.
Okay, this time I'll actually be able to do it. I know I will.
Man, that damage is insane.
900,999.
It literally was a wipeout.
I like how every time we use the shortcut, we just spawn on the corpse of this doll.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
So it's like, yep.
And not only that, but we're literally stepping on her.
Yeah.
All the turntables.
I still think it's funny that, like, her model is basically just Nothica, but like goth.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it kinda is.
Jeez,
Like, I
what
think
now?
they use the same. They use a similar skeleton. I don't know if it's the exact same because I think the boss here is slightly smaller frame.
Jeez,
It
now
might be a small, like a skeleton that's been.
Okay, you guys, quit fawning over the dead girl.
The dead doll.
Yes.
Listen, I love game design. I love thinking about game design. I spend hours picking apart my favorite games just because.
Fair.
Ray, I thought for a second there, I thought you were doing the decipher action. I'm like, there's no map. There's no map down here. Turn off your pirate brain for a second.
Listen, we've got to do the Elpis maps.
Yo, that Elpis map. Oh crap! I forgot to put my shield on because he been paying attention.
Listen, alright. Cagnazzo is the Archfiend of Water. He was once a fisherman, like...
Dang it!
Oh no!
Heck.
Why do you hurt so Cagnazzo?
Ouch!
I'm just gonna drown myself. Spicy water.
I died anyway.
Almost tempted. They say let's restart.
I mean, if you want to, we can.
Yeah, it's up to you guys. I'll follow whoever's lead.
We can leave and not get a penalty.
Right now, because we're a party of friends. It's up to you guys. Do we want to try it one more time?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I was about to say. We want to try it one more time, and if we wipe again, we'll just reset.
I don't know if it'll help you, but I can mark myself with drawing it. So you can have a point of reference.
Well, the other thing is I did that earlier and he still wasn't seeing them. I don't know if he's zoomed in or if he has something blocking his view.
I'm zoomed in. I'm rolling my mouse right now and I don't go out any further.
I want to be a smartass and say you need the zoom one so you can see the entire map.
Yeah, we gotta get the AC 130 on here.
Too soon. Too soon. I was like,
Don't let Yoshi catch us.
as soon as she said that, I was like, I know what this is. I know what she's about to say. I know exactly where this conversation is going.
I'm sorry.
I'm on a
I
20
couldn't
kill
help
streak. I got this, guys.
it. I couldn't help it.
Because as soon as she was like, well, you might be zoomed in, I was like, she's gonna fill all up the conversation
He
with
does
the
do that on occasion. Sometimes he'll accidentally end up zooming himself in and he doesn't even realize it, and then he'll start realizing he's crazy zoomed in and then he'll and zoomed out.
I do that sometimes.
Same.
Yeah, I do sometimes for some reason just zoom in way too far and then don't zoom back out.
I sometimes zoom in to like look at certain things and then forget that I zoomed in, and suddenly I look at like ground and I'm like, why is everything so close?
I have the opposite.
Here is nice.
I have the opposite problem. I have to zoom out.
Ah, dang it! Let me.
That's
Oh,
why I
I'm
was
safe.
saying you were
Maybe.
the opposite side. There, I'm gonna go over here and let's see, 3 over here.
Ouch.
No, it's feeling great a bit faster, so we might make this. Need it.
Thank you.
Let's see how much damage we get hit with. Oof.
Owie. My bones.
Ray, I legitimately thought you were about to say something else.
My bones.
Ouch.
You've got to.
I do.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, how dare you, God, Miyazo.
Hey,
You
I'm
put an
going.
AoE right on my spot.
That's it for me.
Just resting real quick.
Alright.
We got this, Ray.
What's he
I'm an
at?
optimist, but sometimes I don't feel too optimistic.
Oh,
Oh no. My bones.
He's just
My
taking us
bones.
down. He's taking us down one by one.
My emblem at that point.
I'm scared.
So
The mythical 4 tether.
You got this, Ray. I believe in you.
He's taking us down one by one. He's low enough, albeit.
I'm also tired enough.
Oh
that I'm-
no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
My bones.
Welcome to not how to do this fight.
Has Nazo got tired of us? It's time.
See, now I feel like I'm playing Final Fantasy IV again, because Cognazo was the fiend that killed me consistently in 4.
Okay, do we want to reset?
You can. I don't mind. It's just he's stuck away for right now.
I mean, when Jason comes back.
I mean, I don't even remember my
I never noticed that there's like a large number of automaton corpses just littered around the second arena.
Yeah, no, I've seen that.
Ray,
It's kind of unnerving.
Are you seriously about to solo Cafe Nazo? As a samurai?
I mean, I'll try. Listen, don't try me. I'll die to the first hit, but I'll try.
Let me wander. Let me go over there. I want to. You can walk off of it.
Oh, Ray is right. There are corpses here.
Yep. Multiple versions of her.
I'm stepping all over her face. So,
Will it give a penalty if we
I don't know why, but
leave,
like,
even though we're a full group?
I don't know why, but the arena, like the big cave leading up to the arena where Kagnyazo is, reminds me of like a Gears of War location. Every time I see it, it's like
right.
I'm waiting for a big fish to pop out of the cerulean lake.
I see you're a man of culture.
Listen, I wouldn't be surprised if the locusts found their way in here.
Vote abandoned. Okay. Well, you also have to be down here.
I wonder what fish we'll catch if we can fish in this lake.
Probably be some kind of mutated fish.
Honestly.
Be like fish with 3 eyes.
It'll sell great on the black market.
I remember when I first learned, like when I played Fisher and
I need to
Heavens,
get
and I
back
learned that
to
you could fish in the like random oil spills in Az's Law. I was like, what kind of fish am I gonna pull from this place?
Exactly.
I might have to follow this one after we're done.
May when the timer runs out take us anyway. There's 3 or 4 voted. Yeah.
Such a dapper ninja.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna change classes.
Okay.
Somebody else can heal, because apparently I can't heal right now.
I can tank if you want to heal, Susie.
Sure.
I'd offer to heal, but my healers aren't geared nearly enough to do anything.
Actually, I'm
Like
gonna try.
Scholar has baby gear.
I'm gonna see if I can, since I have gear for my gunbreaker, I'm gonna try taking it again. It's at 590.
Oh, you want to tank?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can do it again.
Yep.
Yeah, and we can take it as slow as you need because those pulls hit hard.
Yes, they do.
It reminds me of doing, like, even today, doing anything that has the Magitech Avengers in it. Or running All Amigo reminded me of that real quick.
Yeah, the Magitech bits in Garlemald hit like a freight train. All of those Magitech bits just spamming attacks at you. Wonder your health.
Alright, you
I
ready?
got that just last week, so it should be good.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
So,
Watch we get the other dungeon now.
Right.
now I'm gonna get to call Star McLeone Cognazio because my brain.
That's brain.
Or we get Smileton. It's either
No.
gonna be Troy or
That would be depressing if we got Smileton through an expert roulette.
We didn't.
It's
Saw
Troy,
something
isn't
where
it?
they were comparing like Carrots of Happiness to What Angel Wakes Me, and I'm like, how can you even like which
Oh,
one do you
wow.
like
Really
more? And I'm
cool.
like, good question.
I should have dressed better for this occasion. I'm cold. Still, my brain hasn't puzzled over how people can compare Carrots of Happiness to What Angel Wakes Me. There is
That's
there's a
still a
special
lot.
kind of mental reach.
I know. I was just like, what?
What Angel Wakes Me is the tiniest theme, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
It's
the
actually
pulse,
a pretty good theme. I like that one.
I like the
It's
pulse version.
really fitting. I really enjoy it.
See, one of the first times I was getting ready to prepare for it, I was complaining about how it was such a happy tune for a trial.
It is. Very happy
It's
too.
a very happy tune.
Yet we're doing combat it.
Well, I mean, considering who the trial boss is,
I mean, you're not.
I still
wrong.
can't get over going into Snowcloak and having that really soft, like, calming piano melody while I'm being beaten to death by bears.
right? Like when you fight, also when you fight, well, for Susanoo it's actually accurate because it's literally a fun game
love-
for him.
Yeah,
doesn't-
he's just he's having
he
He's
doesn't
just having
even-
a good time.
He doesn't even get mad when you beat him. He's just like, yes, yes, again.
Tristano is
Yeah,
the best.
he's just a guy looking for a good time. Come on.
He's the kind of guy I'd like to go drinking with on a like Sunday afternoon.
By the
Yeah.
way, Ray, you're saying something? Look at what I'm wearing.
We're both cold.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I'd be cold too. So.
Ray, you scared the crap out
You
of
know,
me just
honestly, Alex
I
is pretty
thought-
cold as well.
now. Only
None
like
of us
that.
are really dressed for the weather.
Look, if I was a female Makote, you could say something. Actually, you know what? If this character was still Victor, then you can't say anything because he was literally born in Garlemald. He's used to the cold. I guess
That's
the same.
not something to be proud of, dude.
I guess in a way, Valence could be considered the same thing since he was raised in Ishgard. Wow, I'm not paying attention here.
Ray
I
is
mean,
hot
Sid
blooded.
was
Even-
literally born on the streets, so.
Sorry about that.
Ray
I
was
got
born in
distracted.
Dalhousie, in the
I'm
middle
all-
of the desert.
My mom walked
Like-
in and I got distracted.
You're good.
You're good.
Not the rat.
As I pull a stupid.
That's what I thought I was gonna
almost-
do a few minutes ago. I kept like moving, and then I realized, wait a minute, I'm real close
Yeah,
to those
that-
ads.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, Ray, you are standing entirely too close. Do you want a tank?
I mean, I used to be a tank when I was a samurai in 11, but I don't think I've got the mental fortitude anymore.
Divine said, not enough holy.
No, I'm not doing holy right now. I'm busy trying to keep Tank alive. To be fair, and I am just bringing this up, the vine is healing me. So the fact that I'm running healer right now, he is judging hard.
Yeah, well,
And also he's a raid healer,
Who can I follow who can I stand by so I don't get hit by these slams?
so right?
If you want to follow me, I'm usually pretty decent about telling you.
Alright, let me mark you then.
Safety Dorito.
I am the Danger Dorito. People always like to mark me the Danger Dorito in Zodiac Extreme, and I'm like, you really don't want me to tell you where to go.
You're like, are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that? Oh
I
crap.
was gonna say
That was
not
closer
a
than I thought.
smart idea.
I thought they were gonna be
I
on
thought
the
it
other
was further
side.
back.
I thought it was gonna be on the other side.
that's why sometimes I'm looking around and don't see them because I'm trying to figure out which side they're coming from.
And it's all so very bright white, and I'm just like, my brain can't process.
Oh, shoot, really? At least I'm not as squishy a character this time.
Have that.
I know it's not a big consolation considering I'm still squishy, but
Hey, how do you think I feel? I'm a gunbreaker.
you're
You're
still
standing in 3 of
less.
them. Get out of there.
You're still a lot less squishy than I am. I'm a freaking dancer. I squishy. I raged.
Alright, let's see if I cannot get hit by this stampede.
That is usually helpful. They should be coming again. But there it is. See, you're definitely not supposed to be standing in those areas.
I know.
second.
Oh crap.
I apologize, Alex. I was looking at him and then I was like, wait a minute. That's not right.
No! I don't want to die.
That thing I just did just now saved me.
Okay, I don't want to be there. Nope.
I like how early you can read his AoE. He goes off way before he even remotely plays the animation.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Where are they gonna be?
Where are
If we
they?
stay where we are north of it.
Okay.
Ready to get back. I will break.
And give him a taste of his own medicine.
And now we need to
More
move back
rumbling.
towards the other one. Because
Yep.
that back row is nothing.
Oh shit! Ow! Why is it always that side? Every single time he's done it so far, it's been that side.
Nice.
I think I have it the worst out of all of you guys, because when the stampede goes through, it slows up the game.
Yeah, I can't say shit because I play on a PS5.
So
Wow,
you're
really?
cross-platforming?
Yeah.
I really thought they were gonna give me the Reaper one,
Nope.
but I shouldn't be surprised.
We're not allowed to have nice things.
Apparently not.
I should not be going first.
I'm gonna slow up here a little bit.
Okay.
Is this
Yeah, this is where it starts to get real tanky.
is when it starts to get bad.
Well, at least we have a AoE'er this time. Not that that seems to be helping.
One of these days I'm gonna bring one of my alts over instead of Ray just for the heck of it because I need to work on them. It's significantly warmer in the caves than it is outside, I imagine, so we're not dressed terribly now. Especially the deeper you go. Like cerulean burning in a massive lake, that's
Oh my god.
why did these Albuses hit so hard though?
I'm spamming all
The
of
way
my.
I picture them, they're kind of like rhinoceri, and basically they're using their full weight against you. That's the only way I can
Yeah.
picture them actually dealing high amounts of damage.
Because I'm hitting all my cooldowns and I'm getting wrecked.
Yeah.
Take my mage.
Player mage, best mage.
Right.
I don't have it.
No, you have turrets.
I don't have turrets. I'm a dancer, not a machinist.
Not now.
I have
That was
sword.
fun.
While
I
you
have
guys
sword.
studied
I have
arts,
sword.
I studied the blade.
I have sword too. My sword can fire bullets. What can yours do?
Mine is folded several times.
Mine's is
Mine can
better.
cut through bullets.
Mine's is better.
I love how they
Hell's
actually scientifically prove that technically that is possible, but it's such
Yeah.
an impossible action.
Have you
Yeah,
watched
it's-
the video of the Master Samurai cutting through a bullet?
I've seen it.
I have
It's
not.
So cool to watch.
It is cool to watch, but I have the hugest amount of the hardest amount of time just figuring out how he's able. But I know the physics of how, but it's still seeing it.
It's like
my
it
brain
seems
just wants to say
impossible.
no. Yeah, it just
Yeah,
doesn't
like,
seem
there's-
possible.
I will say the arm's length trick helps a lot.
It does.
It does. That's
'Cause
like the
listen,
biggest tip I can give to anyone is arm's length is one of your best mitigators for big pulls.
it's not just for knockbacks.
No, but it does help with knockbacks.
True.
At least some of them.
Some of them. Like when
there
I,
are some-
like whenever I get into
I love
Euphrosyne,
playing the game, seeing a new knockback, and figuring out if I can use arm's length on it or not.
right? Like with all taking the Mia, I have to use arm's length on one of them because if not, I'll go flying off the edge.
I found out a long time ago. It's also
Thank
all
you,
about
thank you,
placement of where you were for a lot
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah, but it's hard to figure out the placement sometimes.
All
I
right.
am not going first.
Of course not, because you're not the tank.
Yeah.
I be Glare Mage now. Okay, to the edge.
Which is a fantastic song.
Very fantastic song. Written by Soken while he was in a hospital.
Which is why it's such a great song.
To the Edge has such a different context when you know what was going on behind the scenes. It's the Warrior of Light theme in Sea of Sacrifice.
Well, actually, technically, our theme is the Maker's will. Oh wow, I did not mean to do that.
I somehow avoided both of them.
Yeah, I stepped a bit too far there.
Each of us pick a quarter of the room and stand it where the AoE is going to be. Away.
I again somehow avoided that. I'm not questioning it. I'm just saying somehow.
Good.
Alright, so I'm at 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I see how we want to do this. Yeah, and then when it's done with 2, go over.
Right to And we're good.
I'm somehow on it.
I don't know how I consistently choose the side that spawns first whenever that happens.
You can tell.
I can see all the possibilities, all the
Outside.
futures.
In.
I'm just
Ah,
trying.
dang it. I did it wrong.
So we're gonna get.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I see. Once he's done with 2, we want to go right over there.
Oh crap. I hate how she gives me like 2 Vaughn stacks.
Yeah, because if you're in that little cross hatch, it's like 2 AoEs at once, or it's just pain.
I had to do something dumb.
Soul Nebula again. He really likes that Soul Nebula.
Oh, nice,
Dang it.
Ray.
Yeah, I think we're just
Always
eating
go.
too much.
Yeah, I think it really is a matter of trying to dodge all of her attacks.
Yeah, we're eating too much.
Now, while I didn't dodge all of her,
I got hit
didn't
by.
dodge all of the dooms, so
Yeah, I got hit by her. I got hit by her AoEs too many times. Everything in this dungeon is just pain.
yeah. It probably will be for a bit yet.
Yeah, at least until.
What would you say? 6.7, 6.8, somewhere around there.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
Are they gonna go up that far?
Specifically the Alvises,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like the big rock ones, because they seem like they're gonna be Magitech Gorilla type enemies, where it's just they hit hard regardless of what level you are and what gear you have.
Yeah.
Cause I'm like, daggone.
They're like some of the mobs with smiles on.
Some of those are actually fun for large pools. Isn't it? But this is just pain. This is like the pool in Tower of Zot after the first boss, or before the last
Oh
boss.
god, yeah.
Yeah, I don't do that one full send unless I know that the other can handle it. And even
Well,
then,
Yeah, if I'm
Unless
running with
you're-
someone that I know,
Unless your healer is Skippy or Divine.
no, Divine doesn't like it when people full send that one. I know. I've run with him a couple of times on that one. The pole and Tower of Zot before the final boss.
These visitant mobs are bad too.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but every time they use this model, in particular the monk model, they always do a ton of damage. Like, no matter what dungeon variation, it doesn't matter, they just hurt. Like, in Palace of the Dead, these are the, for me at least, when I'm trying to solo it, these are the scariest mobs to run into. Because I know people don't like the corpsers, and I can't blame them. The corpsers are pretty scary, but like, these guys, the monks.
We should definitely go back
Their
and
name's
do. We should definitely go back and do Palace of the Dead so I can get that deep dungeon unlocked.
Yeah, I need to do it too.
No.
Oh,
It's
crap.
similar vein as this, though.
I turned away from the screen for 1 second.
I looked over at Twitch chat, and then I looked back and I was like, wait, the enemies, why are they targeting me?
Yeah, I turned away for 1 second. I was like, wait a minute.
Love the AoE effects for a dancer. I only have one issue with them.
What's that?
You're at the center of almost all of them. When you're the dancer. Most of the dancer's main AoE attacks center around the dancer, so it's like, yeah, could we, like, I don't know, give me something that doesn't put me at the center of the mobs?
You're literally risking it all.
Yes. I mean, I know dancer is supposed to be center of attention, but that might be a little too far. Especially at these higher levels, you're almost scared to use your AoEs.
Dancer, but it's a tank.
Right.
I've been waiting so long.
Fiora, the female Fiora from Shadowbringers.
Yeah, the last pull and Zot.
Brace yourselves.
She's dressed like a tank but has the dancer chakrams. I think
already
she
said
actually
I know
is a
we don't
dancer.
like it when people full send that one.
Okay, not there. I want to be here. Maybe. Yes.
Crap.
Yes. Ah, shoot. Hit the drop C. And get over to where she is, so she might be able to heal me. Okay.
Damn, good
He was trying
Wow.
to get some attacks off. He was trying to get some attacks off. I saw him.
Yeah, I was.
You really must try harder. I put the so wet the appetite.
This is not that part. Okay. not right.
I love when he says that. He's just like, what?
How do you like this?
Still by far has my favorite backstory, I swear. He was just a fisherman who got bored.
Just walk up to a dude.
He was
and
just a Ray.
just walk up to a dude and just decks him. An absolute Chad.
And then the other dude's like, you should serve me, and he's like, hi.
How about now? He's like, how about now? How about you
Beat the
get
shit out
decked
of you,
too?
dude.
Right, he's like, how about you get decked too? You can get it too.
Up in here, Jason. Or is that a safe spot?
As far as I know, it's a safe spot.
What?
Yeah, usually there's one corner that's always safe.
The fun part is trying to figure out which corner.
You can usually watch.
Or be like me and try to find the greedy little small spot, because I like to be endangered.
There's two bubbles. There's 4 bubbles. Oh, dang. Oh. I must have been too far
Just
into
a
the
bit
center.
too close to the circle. Yeah.
That's what
I always
happened
forget
with,
there's so much text today.
yeah, that's what happened with me one time when we were fighting Garmeleone. I was a little bit too close to that purple AoE and I got wrecked.
Always 3 on that one. There's 3 of those pulses and then it's done. I didn't see where that first one was.
Ouch.
Just greedy. Playing a melee
thing I like
DPS
about
line
Dancer, though,
changes brain
in all
chemistry, I
the
swear.
melee ranges, you can move and attack.
Yes. Yes, Skippy, it does.
It tastes good though.
No, it does not.
It tastes like grapes. Who doesn't like grapes?
Why am I taking damage? I didn't even...
Oh. I apologize. I got targeted by the one that was furthest away from me.
I hate when that happens.
You're still attacking him.
Hey, we
There.
I love using that as my final move. Like,
That went a little bit better for me.
Tolkien on the theory is so satisfying.
Still got...
It's my
Still
move
gave
when
me
it
the...
I
Still gave
can't
me
grab
the...
that. Okay.
Yeah, tastes so good. You drink too much this time.
I mean, you know, I was talking to a coworker the other day, right? And he's like, "Yeah, I tried wine for the first time, bought a couple bottles. I drank them all in one night. because I thought it tasted like grape juice, and I'm like, are you okay?
Did he survive?
He told me, okay, yeah, I drank like a whole bottle of wine, half another bottle, and then a whole wine cooler, and I'm like, you're still here at work, working just fine after that much alcohol in your system. He's like, yeah, it was my first time trying wine, and I'm like, uh.
I think I'm gonna call it for the night. It's almost 5
That's
o'clock
what I
here.
was gonna do.
Same here.
I feel that.
Right? World's
It's-
first
it's-
lapis
Ash.
player.
I
Alright,
can't
I'll see you
believe
guys
we
later.
managed the world's first
Yeah,
lapis
see you,
Minora.
man.
Later. We're
You guys have a
gonna
good night.
raid
You too.
Zordon.
Thank you for stream, see.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh shoot, you're about to raid Zordon?
Yup.
Heck yeah.
Nice.
The best raids.
Oh wait, did it not do it?
Zordon is awesome.
It didn't do it.
Here, I
Okay.
got somebody. Okay.
Are you about to raid C again, Jason?
No, I'm not.
He raids me a lot though.
I do raid you a lot, but this time I'm gonna leave you alone because I know you're hopping off. So, not somebody else though.
I love
Interesting.
Zordon's. I love when Zordon sings along to her raid song.
Yeah.
It created it, but it didn't
She's
pop
got
it
just
up
a
for me.
really bubbly personality too. It's great.
Yeah,
Why
she's
is
awesome.
it just being on me? Why didn't it do it?
It has been created, but it's not. What?
Mine's doing the same thing. It's been created, but it's not.
Opening of a monopoly on the livestock trade. Next
What
to
the-
take over the hospitality business. Oh, how
What are
dare
you
I.
watching?
Kana.
1 second. Jason, whatever you're listening to has just popped up in your...
Created, but it's not. I'm not listening to anything.
Oh, is that on your... There we go. There.